Welcome, delegates. Thank you so much for joining. We just wait 5 minutes. We have like about 10, 20 more people to join. So All right. We are still waiting on a few delegates, but I think we'll just start off with the opening remarks and such. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and dear delegates, good morning and welcome to today's MUN style event titled AI in the Modern World, hosted by the team here at the Student Internet Governance Forum. Founded 2 years ago in collaboration with the Indian Internet Governance Forum, the SIGF is a multi-stakeholder platform where high school students engage in discussions on critical issues related to internet and digital policy. These discussions are designed to help students gain a deeper understanding of these important topics and also contribute meaningfully to policymaking procedures. In our rapidly evolving digital landscape, artificial intelligence has emerged as one of the most profound technological advancements, reshaping industries, enhancing connectivity, and redefining the way we live and work. AI promises vast opportunities, from automating complex tasks to driving innovation in healthcare, finance, and education. However, it also presents significant challenges and ethical dilemmas that demand our attention and action. We are happy to share that we are organizing today's event in collaboration with AI, who are revolutionizing real-time security and compliance domain through their Gen AI and LLM-powered video forensics and anomaly alerting software. The suite will have contextual understanding of physical space and hence be able to track events, objects, and anomalies across whole networks of CCTV, while searching any historical event would be just through GPT-like search prompts. Today's event aims to explore many facets of AI and its role in shaping the modern world. We'll delve into topics such as AI's impact on schools, its integration into decision-making processes, potential to enhance our internet privacy, and the broader ethical implications of creating intelligent systems. We'll also examine the role of governments, tech companies, and educators in ensuring that AI is used responsibly and inclusively. Today's event consists of two specialized committees: the Global Health and AI Ethics Community, which talks about AI in healthcare, and the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization Committee on AI in Education are scheduled for the. We'd now like to start with a keynote speech from Dr. Suresh Nagdeo. Dr. Nagdeo is a senior research analyst at the Indian Institute of Science, focusing on technology diplomacy and biosecurity policy. His current research examines the intersection of artificial intelligence and biological safety, particularly the emerging risks posed by AI advancements in synthetic biology. With extensive experience in science policy and international relations, he has contributed to significant UN reports on technology's benefits and risks, emphasizing the importance of AI development in global security frameworks. Dr. Namdeo, could you please speak now?
Thank you so much, Rohan. I hope you guys can hear me clearly. Awesome. So it is a great pleasure and honor to speak with you today on this topic. I would like to thank the organizers, particularly my dear friends Nischal and Mrityunjay for this kind invitation. So currently mentioned, as mentioned, I'm currently working in the area of science and technology diplomacy, which is a broad umbrella term that includes the intersection of science, technology on one hand and foreign policy and international relations. And it has a number of domains and aspects. AI is one of them. Science and technology today play a very crucial role in the diplomatic discussions and deliberations. And on all kind of crucial topics, and this include things like climate change, health, and disarmament related things. So in all of those things, technology, diplomacy, and science diplomacy are extremely important. Also, the science and technology sometimes play a crucial role in bringing countries together for scientific advancements and scientific initiatives, as we have seen in the case of the International Space Station and the CERN particle accelerator. And sometimes science and technology are crucial topics for the diplomatic discussions itself, as currently is the case with the artificial intelligence. As we know, AI has emerged as a technology that is already having a great impact on various aspects of our life, sometimes without us realizing it fully. And not all of those impacts are positives. So there are increasing number of concerns related to ethical, privacy, safety, and security issues as AI. And this is across various domains and sectors where AI is applied. Some of the key issues that are currently important at the diplomatic discussions are also related to who is creating and developing those AI models. Currently, what we see, a lot of those models are developed by few countries in the global north. And also the data on which these AI models are trained on, those are also mostly located based on the Western countries' data, right? And there are issues with data sovereignty and data security when it comes to artificial intelligence. All of those issues are currently part of intense international negotiations. Such issues, along with various, like numerous potential benefits of AI, make it an extremely hot topic for diplomatic discussions across various forums. And we have a number of bilateral and multilateral forums where AI is an important issue. These include forums like BRICS, G7, Quad, SEO, G20, and so on. But there is a special importance of these discussions at the United Nations. So despite its various shortcomings, the UN is extremely important forum for all kind of discussions, but especially related to discussions related to emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, because it provides a place which is far more inclusive than many other diplomatic forums where all countries and regions are present, and there is a lot more inclusiveness in the process of the United Nations than we have in other diplomatic forums. And AI is actually currently being discussed at several UN bodies, UN agencies, and special committees. These includes the UN General Assembly, the UN Security Council, the UN Environmental Program, the UN Development Program, the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs, and so on, and World Health Organization. A number of those are discussing various aspects of AI in their respective domains. And here, when it comes to in multilateral diplomatic negotiation, it's very important to understand what are the different positions that different countries hold, right? And there are always sometimes very subtle differences, but there are sometimes also really big differences on the positions that countries have. And in case of AI, you would see a lot of using of these kind of terms like reliable AI, explainable AI, trustable AI, and so on, right? There are subtle differences in how these terms are defined and understood by various players. And there's also some background and history behind the uses of these terms. So AI is extremely important. It's being also discussed at UNESCO, and I think this is one of the things that you guys will be discussing today. In education and health, there is a very wide range in and how AI models are developed, who are using them, who are the beneficiaries, who are the different kind of stakeholders in the impact of AI. So I wish all of you a very fruitful and really enriching discussion at this Model UN. And I hope you learn a lot more about AI application, its nuances, and how it plays out in diplomatic conversation through this exercise. I also wish you uh, a great fruitful discussion, but also learning about how how the United Nations function, and how these multilateral organizations function when you're discussing emerging technology issues like artificial intelligence. With this, I end my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh. Um, that was really, really insightful. I really appreciate your time being here, and I'm sure most of all the delegates do as well. Hopefully oops. Um, moving on, I'd like to invite Mr. Deepanshu Gupta from Samajrid AI to deliver his address. Mr. Gupta has been the founder of multiple startups such as Oasis Tech, an engineering and technology solution provider which empowers the MSMEs of India, the Middle East, and the USA with cutting-edge technology solutions. And Delicious, a marketplace for regional specialty food brands of India, covering more than 120 cities. At present, Mr. Gupta is building an AI venture called Billion Shot, with a vision to democratize access to purpose-led education for the masses through organized learning and wisdom sharing. Mr. Dipanshu, could we invite you to speak, please?
Yeah, thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm Dipanshu, and today I'm going to explore an exciting frontier, and that is education in the age of AI. As high school students, you are standing at the threshold of a world where artificial intelligence is reshaping everything around us, including how we learn and grow. So let's start by looking at where we are now. So the internet has already transformed our society, connecting us in ways we could never have imagined just a few decades ago. So think about social media platforms like Instagram or TikTok. They have changed the way we communicate with friends and express ourselves, right? And consider streaming services like Netflix and Spotify. They have revolutionized how we consume entertainment. And remember how easy it is now to order anything from clothes to gadgets online through platforms like Amazon or Shopify. These innovations, what they have shown us is that when it comes to creating value in the digital age, imagination is is truly the only limit that we have. Now we are witnessing the next big leap, and AI is becoming increasingly accessible through general purpose tools like ChatGPT and Claude, which most of you might have used already, as well as specialized applications. For instance, Khanmigo is an AI tutor on Khan Academy, and it can help you work through math problems step by step. Self-driving cars are becoming a reality, potentially changing how we think about transportation. Even in sports and in general, CCTV applications, where camera technology is used, where cameras are installed, AI-powered cameras have can now analyze, player movements, incident detection, like our technology at Samaj AI. And the CCTV footage or the camera footage can actually help coaches to make better decisions for players' performance improvements, etc. Just as YouTube changed how we consume content, if you remember, s- uh, even a few years ago, we had to wait for the next TV show, favorite TV show to come out, the next episode to come out. Now everything is, consumed through streaming services. And Amazon has transformed how we shop. So all this was possible when the AI, um, basically all this technology was built on internet, and internet was used as the base technology. And now we can expect visionary individuals, perhaps some of you in this room as well, to use AI as the foundation to build products and services that will transform society. And we are, I truly believe that we are on the brink of seeing population level impactful systems emerge in near future, which are powered by AI. Now, education is one of the fundamental systems responsible for, survival and thriving of individuals in our society. It plays a crucial role in shaping our future. That's why it's so important to explore how emerging technologies like AI can augment our education system, opening, new doors to the future. AI presents an unprecedented opportunity to transform how we learn and evolve. Imagine having a personal AI tutor that understands your learning style, and adapts its teaching methods accordingly. Or picture a system that can instantly translate complex scientific papers into easy to understand summaries, making cutting edge research accessible to everyone. But AI's potential goes beyond just improving how we learn in classrooms. It has the power to help each of us uncover our unique paths and passions. Think of AI as a personalized guide, always ready to provide the right information exactly when you need it. Whether you are curious about marine biology, passionate about music production, or interested in sustainable architecture, AI can curate and deliver relevant, up-to-date information tailored to your specific interests, and learning pace. This on-demand access to technology means that learning no longer has to be confined to textbooks or classrooms. You can explore any subject at any time, guided by AI that understands your goals and adapts to your progress. It's like having a mentor in every field, in every with all the specialization available 24/7, helping you navigate towards your dreams. Moreover, AI offers the potential to scale our knowledge delivery systems. For example, an effective teaching method developed in the classroom in New York could be instantly shared and adapted for classrooms worldwide, ensuring that every student has access to the best educational practices. Now, what are the opportunities for builders like us? So, this is where all of you come in. Every one of you has the potential to use your intent and imagination to invent new, meaningful ways of creating value for yourselves and others. If we look at the world economy as a measure of, value created by individuals or groups, it's clear that the more useful an individual is to society, the more value they can add, right? So so AI presents each of you with a great opportunity to explore and learn your own unique ways of being useful to society. The possibilities are vast and extend far beyond education. Imagine creating an AI powered app that helps reduce food waste by suggesting recipes based on ingredients in your refrigerator, right? Or developing a smart urban planning tool that optimizes traffic flow, reduces pollution in cities. You could design AI systems that assist in early detection of diseases, potentially saving countless lives. Or build an AI fashion designer that creates personalized, sustainable clothing recommendations. Maybe you will use AI to revolutionize renewable energy distribution or create an AI-powered language learning app that makes cultural exchange effortless. So these are just a few examples. AI can be a powerful tool in bringing your ideas to life, whether they are in healthcare, environmental conservation, arts, or any other field you are passionate about. By leveraging AI, you can become innovators and problem solvers in ways we haven't even imagined yet. The only limit is your creativity and drive to make a difference. So I challenge you to think about how you can be part of this AI driven transformation in education and personal growth. What areas of knowledge do you wish were more accessible? How could AI help you or your peers discover or pursue your passions more effectively? Consider the barriers you have faced in learning or exploring your interest. How could AI break down these barriers, not just for you, but for millions of others around the world? Your unique perspectives and ideas could shape the future of learning and self discovery. So don't be afraid to dream big. Remember, the most transformative technologies we use today were once just ideas in the minds of young innovators like yourselves. So, in conclusion, I would say that we are living in an era of unprecedented opportunity. AI is not just a tool, it's a gateway to reimagining education, personal growth, and by extension of it, our entire society. As you continue your journey, keep in mind that the potential that AI holds to amplify learning, creativity, and impact. It can be your guide to uncovering a unique path and accessing the knowledge you need to succeed. The future of education and perhaps the next big innovation that changes the world could very well come from one of you in this room. So thank you, and let's build an exciting, personalized future and more that is more relevant to individual needs together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dipanshu sir. Um, just moving on, it is my pleasure to now introduce Mr. Rahul Subramanian, the co-founder of Athena Education, to present a formal address. Mr. Rahul sir is a political science graduate from Princeton with a certification in political economy. We're honored to have him speak here to our scholars. Floor is over to you, sir.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Rohan, and everyone. I never thought my politics degree would be so useful, but it is now. So I want to paint a vision for you. Okay, I call it Vision 2050. And I've been thinking a lot about the role of technology in our lives and what a technological ideal would be. And here's my working hypothesis, and I welcome you to critique or build on this. I would love to see a world in which none of the 9-10 billion people on the planet struggles for basic needs. I'm talking food, I'm talking clothing, I'm talking shelter. We have robots doing all of that. Robots planting food, robots picking food, robots manufacturing food, robots delivering food, right? Same for clothing and shelter. There are startups that are 3D printing homes for a fraction of the price. So imagine that. At the same time, you have these tech dystopias, a lot of movies, TV shows, Black Mirror, and so on. So how do we ensure that technology enables humans? And by the way, in this tech utopia of sorts, what do people do? Well, people research, again, not for a job, but because they want to learn more about life, the universe, and everything. They do art. They play sports. You know, we have time for each other. And, you know, some people say, well, if robots are producing food, clothing, and shelter, will people have an incentive to do anything? And my response is, I don't think Virat Kohli is struggling to put food on the table, and yet he's still driven to achieve, to excel, to win, right? Professors at CERN, I don't think they're motivated by, the basic needs. They want to push humanity's understanding of space, time, and everything in between. So I think human aspiration will still exist, and we can focus instead on self-actualization as opposed to the lower rungs of the Maslowian pyramid. So that's there, but at the same time, how do we prevent, you know, a robot takeover of the planet, which would be unfortunate? And I think that's where this conference comes in. How do we ensure governance structures such that technology can be harnessed to serve human needs as opposed to compromising them? And this is part of a historical journey, right? From fire to cars. There was a time in which cars didn't have seatbelts and were deadly, right? And then, you know, regulations came in to ensure that automobile accidents or at least tragedies from fatalities from automobile accidents decreased significantly. So I think we need people who understand technology as well as who understand philosophy, politics, and economics. And I think that's where you come in. It's difficult to understand both very deeply enough to craft policies that enable innovation while still ensuring that there are no abuses. So I encourage every one of you to walk that line, to become amazing technologists, but don't stop there. Like, understand humanity, understand philosophy, politics, law, understand how societies are constructed, and how we can make life fundamentally better for billions of people. And I think that's the real promise of AI. We've got a long way to go, but this is a start to that. So I want to applaud all of you students, all of the mentors for putting this together, and looking forward to hearing the ideas you come up with.
Thank you so much, sir. That was genuinely really interesting. It's a really valid, really interesting idea talking about how, okay, there are still jobs, there are still fields that they aren't impacted at all. There are fields that are slightly impacted. And yeah, thank you so much for your time here, sir. Next, I'd like to move on to Mr. Mokshit Jain. He's a software engineer at Cognition building Devin.ai. Mokshit, the floor is open to you.
Hi everyone. I'll just screen share my screen and I'll continue from there. Yeah. Yeah. Is this visible?
Yeah, thanks.
So my talk is going to be on AI in engineering, and like how AI is transforming the developer space and how it like indirectly impacts other fields as well. So 1 second. Yeah, a bit about me. I'm Mokshit. I'm an 18-year-old programmer. I work as a design engineer at Cognition.ai. I also do open source development, and sometimes I'm an origami artist. So what do I work on? At Cognition, we work on AI engineers or like AI software engineers that can plan out entire processes. They can think And they can then also make that into actuality. So you can just like tell it that, hey, I want to make this feature in my app that way when the user does this, this has to happen. And Devin will code the entire thing out and actually test it and make sure it's functional. So it's basically like an engineer that would be on your developer team, but this is an AI and it can do multiple tasks at once. And you can queue multiple Devins at once. So here you can like see a screenshot where I asked Devin to do a task and it started with it. And you can see like the code changes it made at each point. It's thinking about the plans that it has to make. But that leaves a question. What do we mean by when we say can think or AI can plan? Because like AI isn't a human, like it doesn't have a brain. What can it think? But like in today's generation, we are no longer in the time when AI just means like keyboard autocomplete that corrects like from wealth to health, or basic recommendation engines that you like might find on Amazon or Zepto or things like that. The current leading AI models that are like LLMs or the large language models can do more. At the core of them, they're just next token predictors. So like if you say hello, it might complete the true world or like hello I. But if you think about it, thinking like the way humans do is in a way also just like predicting what the next word you are going to say. So in that sense, next token prediction is thinking. And what happens when you like give yourself more time to think, like more time to process what the next word you're going to say is, you get a better output. And that's the same thing that with like certain types of prompts, we can do with these large language models, that you can just give them more time to speak out their own thoughts before they actually do something. And that is thinking for them. So why we built Devin was, as I said, the next wave of AI is going to be autonomous decision makers, not just in coding, but in all like decision planning that humans do in most areas that can be automated. This doesn't mean that AI, like humans would become obsolete. That just means humans would become more proficient and more productive in their work because they can offload the grunt work or like the work that is repetitive to AI models. And as they get better, this productivity that humans have in their work, along with like how they use AI, increases. And thinking about that is a good problem. Sure, but like how does this impact other cases outside of software development, as I said? This is because as you give like AI an open environment like we do, with Devin, it's not just that it tells you like a message like ChatGPT would. Devin has its own machine that it can like run a browser on, it can run shell commands, or it can like make editor changes, and it also has its own browser. So when you do that, you basically make AI be able to do anything a human can. Because if you think about it, if Devin is the only AI that has access to a browser, it can order from Domino's. Like that is not a software task, but because it has its own browser, it can do tasks like that. And once you give AI access to like all these external things, it can think more because like it can ask its own questions. It can research independently on those questions. So once that happens, AI becomes an excellent tool as a research guide or in any other fields that we humans think that we can Google. But AI, once like it has that access, it can do more things. And that's where the indirect impact comes from. That like once you give AI these tools, that's what happens. And like that leads the question of what is the role of humans and what is the role of AI. But currently, I believe that this only makes like humans better at their job because they can focus on the work that is like really human instead of robotic. So yeah, that's my talk. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jain, for your insightful talk. Before we go ahead with the event, I'd like to introduce our judges for today. Firstly, we have Dr. Muhammad Irshad. A scholar specializing in the philosophy of information, Dr. Muhammad Irshad is pursuing a PhD at the University of Delhi, focusing on the ethical implications of information systems. His research delves into the ethics of technology, including AI's impact on society, positioning him as a thought leader for discussions on AI's ethical dimensions in the modern world. Next, we have Dr. Pallav Karmakar. As the Senior Manager of Impact Assessment at OneStage India, Dr. Pallav Karmakar has overseen various national level projects in education, health, and climate change. His experience in managing research studies and evaluating projects makes him an excellent judge for the event, especially with his background in STEM education and technological integration for social change, both critical components in understanding AI's transformative power. Lastly, we have Mr. Saurabh Kumar. Mr. Saurav Kumar is a postgraduate student of economics from the Madras School of Economics with a strong foundation in statistics, econometrics, and data analysis. His academic journey, with his analytical abilities and passion for research, Mr. Saram has actively engaged in academic projects on women's malnutrition and the relationship between economic growth and innovation. Demonstrating his drive to tackle real-world issues through empirical analysis, we are delighted to have Mr. Saurabh contribute his fresh perspectives on the intersection of economics and modern technology at today's event. Thank you so much to all three of our judges, for taking the time out and judging this event. Dr. Pallav Karmakar and Mr. Saurabh Kumar will be judging the AI and Healthcare Committee. On the other hand, Dr. Muhammad Irshad will be judging the AI and Education Committee. We will now begin with the breakout rooms. Please join the one relevant to your committee. Thank you.
Hi, delegates. Room A or Room 1 is for the Global Health and AI Ethics Committee, and Room B, Room 2, is for the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization Committee on AI and Education. We request everyone to join, and we'll be starting with the event. Please ensure cameras are on during this stage, as it's an important part of the judging procedure. Thank you. Hello, delegates. Has Mr. Irshad joined? Just give us a couple minutes. Welcome, delegates. While we just wait for our judge to join, how many of you guys have read through the filter procedure? If there are any questions, please shoot them right now.
One thing, so like I was going through the schedule for today. So like the opening statements, like will they be the 60-second opening statements or the 90-second
Yes.
GSLs? Because there
Maybe
wasn't an,
second opening statements. Yeah.
because in the schedule there wasn't any mention of like a separate thing for the GSLs. Because then after the opening statements, there was a session for the mod caucuses, and then after the mod
Yeah.
caucuses.
Yeah, so for within the first session, it's just 60-second opening statements. You can include the points you typically would in a GSL within it, but we don't actually have the structured GSL.
Okay. Thank you.
Could we start, shall we start with the, um, one second, we're just waiting on our judge, I'm so sorry.
Also, can everyone turn on their cameras? Okay, delegates, you may start with your opening statements. So, okay, can we start with Arnav Katle? You may start with your opening statement.
Okay. Do I start now? The Thai education system faces a lot of problems that could be solved with an adaptive AI learning system. Noticing this potential, our Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation, also known as the MESI, is introducing MESI for AI, developing an AI learning system which was recently unveiled at the Bangkok Expo. Two platforms known as Om AI and NecTech. The learning system will help solve the severe shortage of teachers in rural areas and for specific subjects, spread the access of education to the most isolated villages, and mainly solve a huge problem with the quality of education, focusing on applications of concepts in the real world rather than a rote learning strategy. Overall, the delegate of Thailand believes that AI is a huge tool to help bolster promising and deserving Thai students from cities and villages alike into the outside world, allowing them to learn English more fluently and be on par with foreign innovation and critical thinking. Thank you.
Okay, can we do Adi Kumar now? Adi Kumar, the stage is yours.
Hello, Sachin. Can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Okay. So shall I begin now?
Sure.
Hi, sir. Yeah, could you please start?
Yeah. So basically, I'm not supposed to speak anything. I welcome you all for this interesting discussion that's on artificial intelligence in education. All of us in an age wherein the AI is going to be a very crucial, integral part of our life in terms of the education, because we may agree or disagree with this notion, but this is something which is pretty much ingrained in our education system and we have to cope with it. So without any delay, I'm looking forward to all the interesting deliberations, your suggestions, and how at the end this is going to be unfolded. So one by one, the kind of duty I'm being given and the kind of work I'm supposed to be doing as a chair. And I promise you that I will listen to your deliberations, your comments, your suggestions, and any kind of, interesting, anecdote that you can bring it so that this discussion can be very inciting and we can arrive at a certain resolution. So without any ado, let me begin with the attendance part, which is mandatory, which is something very interesting, the kind of format that we follow in the United Nations. And also, I will just mention the group that has given me this opportunity. That's the Athena group for organizing this interesting event, which is going to be something that will be remembered in Indian education system as something very perennial that they have organized and thought of way back That's not many institutions, whether in the government or private, they are following it. So let me begin with the attendance part. So those who are present from the respected country, they can mark themselves present. I will just call the name of the country. They can just unmute themselves and they can mark themselves present. Okay, thank you. So United States.
Present.
Okay. China. India. Okay, no one from India. Japan. South Korea.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Singapore.
Present.
Thank you. Finland. Canada.
Present and voting.
Okay. Sorry, Finland is Finland. Is there anyone? Okay, present. Thank you. Canada.
Present.
Okay. Australia. UK.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Germany.
Present and voting.
Thank you. France. Brazil. Mexico. United Arab Emirates. UAE. Israel.
Present and voting.
Netherlands. Okay. Sweden.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Nigeria. Philippines. Kenya.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Chile.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Malaysia. Thailand.
Present.
Okay, so you're not voting? You're
No,
just
present and
present.
voting.
Okay, thank you. You are present and voting both. Okay. Can I hear from you? I'm recalling the Thailand just to
Yeah.
ensure whether you're just present and
Yeah,
you're
present
also
and voting.
voting. Okay, thank you. Okay. Vietnam. Okay. So thank you so much. So now we can, after the attendance, we can start with the event. There are formats, I hope, which are already being shared with you. Hopefully, you are well aware of it. There are certain decorums that you have to maintain. And I will ensure that you are not being interrupted during the discourse. The way it is being organized, the kind of procedures, rules, and regulations are already being shared. Accordingly, this is going to be organized and held. So as a chair, my duty is to ensure all of it, and you will be marked for everything. And later on, the resolution will be formed. So we can begin with it. So over to you.
Okay, so we can start with the opening statements.
Yes.
So I'll call each country one by one. Firstly, can we start with United States? Do we have United States in the meeting?
Please go ahead, because there was someone who was representing the USA.
Yeah, did they just leave the meeting? Okay, let's just go with India then.
Okay. No one from China, then India.
I read in the chat that someone joined who's representing India.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect. But take a note of it, whether it's just to presentation or voting as well.
Okay, no one is replying from India. Let's just.
I'm so sorry, I had internet issues.
Okay. You can start with your opening statement.
India is committed to enhancing learning outcomes through personalized education. Our initiatives focus on developing
Okay, sorry for this interruption, but this is just to ask you whether you are just going to remain present, or you are voting as well.
present in voting.
Thank you. Now you can begin. Sorry. Please
I'll
continue.
start from the starting. Is it fine?
Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
India is committed to enhancing learning outcomes through personalized education. Our initiatives focus on developing AI-driven platforms that tailor educational content to meet individual students' needs, ensuring that every learner can thrive. For example, platforms like Byju's and Vedantu utilize AI algorithms to adapt lessons based on real-time performance data, significantly improving student engagement. Moreover, we recognize the importance of inclusivity. AI is being employed to support students with special needs by providing customized learning experience to cater to their unique challenges. In addition, India is investing heavily in teacher training programs to equip educators with the skill necessary to effectively integrate AI technologies in classrooms. By reducing administrative burdens through automated grading and feedback systems, teachers can focus more on mentorship and fostering critical thinking among students. Initiatives like the National Education Policy 2020 and Digital India campaign, we are not only enhancing educational access but also preparing our workforce for a rapidly evolving technological landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we proceed with the delegate of Canada?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegate of Canada is standing before you today to delve into one of the most transformative innovations of our time, artificial intelligence in education. AI is rapidly reshaping industries across the globe, and its impact on education holds the potential to improve how we teach and learn. Education is a foundation upon which society thrives and evolves. Thanks to technologies like AI, combining technology and human creativity can unlock new possibilities for students, teachers, and educational offices. AI has the power to revolutionize education in profound ways, personalizing learning experiences tailored for students to blossom and learn at their own pace, as well as helping teachers to focus on teaching and tutoring students. The Delegate of Canada and the Nation of Canada prides ourselves on being at the forefront of education innovations by integrating AI truthfully into our education and institutions. We have the opportunity not only to prepare our students for the jobs of the future, but also to promote critical thinking, creativity, and a lifelong passion for learning. The world is rapidly changing, and our education systems must evolve alongside it to remain relevant and effective. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Canada. Let's proceed with the delegate of Singapore.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of Singapore believes that artificial intelligence will have a positive impact on education. With the 10th largest pool of AI researchers in the world, Singapore is committed to utilizing AI technologies and integrating them into modern day classrooms. Singapore has also invested over $743 million with more than $20 million allocated to enhancing the education sector through AI, demonstrating a long-term commitment to this field. Our investments in education encompass various applications of AI, including personalized learning and intelligent tutoring systems. The AI technology with the potential in AI education is adaptive learning systems, recently implemented in primary schools, allowing students to choose their own difficulty and receive tailored questions based on their own previous performance. The system has already shown promising results, with over 33 schools participating in the pilot program that have demonstrated significant improvements in student engagement and comprehension. Additionally, Singapore's commitment to digital literacy is evident in our goal to equip every secondary school student with a personalized learning device by 2028. Therefore, the delegate of Singapore believes that the development of AI is crucial and will help bridge the education gap and create opportunities for all. Thank you all.
Thank you, Delegate of Singapore. Can we proceed with the delegate of Chile?
I would like a second of this topic.
Sure.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Chile believes that artificial intelligence can transform education, making it more accessible and personalized. Our national policy on artificial intelligence focuses on ethical and inclusive AI to bridge educational inequalities, ensuring that all students, especially in underserved areas, receive quality education. We prioritize responsible AI use, advocating for digital equity, privacy, and data security. Chile is committed to working with UNESCO to ensure that the AI fosters sustainable and inclusive development in education, empowering the next generation to lead the digital transformation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we proceed with the delegate of Australia?
You're really soft, Delegate Australia. Could you just try to speak up or switch to a different mic?
So am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Yes. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, and distinguished guests. As the delegate of Australia, I am honored to address this assembly on the crucial theme of artificial intelligence in education. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history where AI's transformative potential can reshape the future of learning for generations to come. Australia firmly believes that AI has the power to create inclusive, personalized, and accessible education for all students, ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of background or geography. After all, the students of today are the creators of tomorrow. However, as we embrace these opportunities, we must also address the challenges that accompany them, ranging from data privacy concerns to the widening digital divide. It is essential that we work together to build a future where AI enhances, rather than replace, human learning, promoting both innovation and equity in education. Australia is committed to being a proactive and collaborative voice in this global dialogue, and we look forward to working with all delegates to craft solutions that ensure a just, inclusive, and innovative future for every student. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Australia. Can we proceed with the delegate of United Kingdom?
Right. So I speak here before you. It's an honor to speak here before you representing the United Kingdom. What the delegate of United Kingdom feels is that the need of the hour at this point is the implementation of AI in a highly controlled manner to only assist students with learning. I emphasize on the usage of the word assist here because replacing human instructors with AI seems like a far cry and with good reason. At this point in time, only 44% of the population of UK agrees that data collection for AI reasons is for the good of society, with the remaining being hesitant due to privacy reasons. According to the Center for Data and Ethics Innovation, as time passes, people develop an understanding of AI and they also develop a pessimism towards it due to job insecurities and data breach risks. What we need now is transparency and accountability. People do not know who to hold responsible due to varied control and lack of standardization. The European Union, for this matter, developed the AI Pact, which includes risk-based management of AI systems used across all sectors. The UNESCO should not work towards creating this one-size-for-all governance system for every single country, rather set basic guidelines to be followed while nations build their own frameworks to be followed in their countries. While we talk about the advantages of AI, we also need to keep in mind that it's not all sunshines and daisies, and that we need to acknowledge the presence of certain risks that come with the usage of AI, particularly in a sensitive field like education? Thank you.
Thank you, the delegate of UK. Let's proceed with the delegate of Finland.
As technology reshapes every industry, AI is no longer just a tool for specialists. It's becoming essential for students, workers, and citizens alike. Finland has long been a leader in education, and by integrating AI into our curriculum, we have a unique opportunity to empower future generations with the skills they need to thrive in a digital world. This includes not only technical proficiency but also ethical understanding, ensuring that AI is used responsibly and inclusively. By investing in AI education now, Finland can maintain its edge as a global innovator while preparing our citizens for the jobs of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Finland. Can we proceed with the delegate of Sweden? Delegate of Sweden? Uh, okay. I think they're not here. Can we proceed? Has the United States joined?
Yeah, sorry, my light went out that time.
Okay, please start.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, as the delegate of USA, I'm here to discuss how AI is transforming education. The USA, a leader in technological innovations, is dedicated to integrating AI into our schools to enhance learning, support educators, and ensure that every student, no matter their background, has access to quality education. AI has been shaping education since the 1980s and 1970s. Early AI systems like intelligent tutoring programs have laid the foundation, but today's AI technologies are more powerful and adaptable. With advancements in machine learning and natural language processing, AI platforms like Khan Academy and Dreambox are now available to deliver personalized lessons to millions of students, adjusting content in real time based on their performance.
Thank you. Can we start with the delegate of Germany?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, as the delegate of Germany, I believe that integration of AI into global education systems represents a transformative step forward, one that holds immense promise for shaping the future of learning. AI, when harnessed responsibly and effectively, can be a powerful ally in overcoming some of the most pressing challenges our educational systems face today. Germany acknowledges the potential of implementing AI in education and strides forward with confidence to revamp our learning systems. AI is more than a fishing playbook, it's an initiative for everyone anywhere. We are utilizing AI to improve primary education and vocational training in Germany as part of our commitment to personalize learning experiences based on the individual skills and competencies of each user. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we start with delegate of Brazil?
Sure. Good morning, esteemed delegates. So today I will be starting with the AI impacts on education related ethical issues. The future of it, but if we don't push regulation that protects student rights, we'll risk losing the human connections that define learning. Today, Brazil has a national AI strategy, EBIA 2021, and a main bill under discussion that intends to regulate the development and use of AI in the country. Yeah, artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming education systems around the world, including in Brazil. It offers the potential to address long-standing challenges in the Brazilian education system, such as inequality, accessibility, and resource shortages. However, the integration of AI in education also raises critical ethical concerns, including data privacy, bias, and the risks of exacerbating existing inequalities. AI-powered platforms like Geeky in Brazil have already shown success by providing adaptive learning technologies that help students prepare for the ENEM exam with personalized study plans. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many students in Brazil turned to AI-powered online education platforms to continue learning despite school closures. This shift demonstrates demonstrated the potential of AI to provide flexible, accessible learning solutions in the times of crisis or geographic isolation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we start with the delegate of Thailand?
Yes. Okay. The Thai education system faces a lot of problems that could be solved with an adaptive AI learning system. Noticing this potential, our Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, also known as the MESI, is introducing MESI for AI, developing an AI learning system which was recently unveiled at the Bangkok Expo. Two platforms known as Om AI and NetTech. The learning system will help solve the severe shortage of teachers in rural areas and for specific subjects, spread the access of education to the most isolated villages, and mainly solve a huge problem with the quality of education, focusing on applications of concepts in the real world rather than a rote learning strategy. Overall, the delegate of Thailand believes that AI is a huge tool to help bolster crossing and deserving Thai students from cities and villages alike into the outside world, allowing them to learn English more fluently and be on par with foreign innovation and critical thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Thailand. Let's proceed with the delegate of Israel.
Yes, I'll be starting. Greetings to everyone present in this esteemed committee. The delegate of Israel with firm belief expresses Israel's confidence in the use of AI in the education system. AI can and should be used to properly manage resources, time, and analyze data to improve literacy among people. Israel supports the United Nations motto regarding AI, which is for AI to not overpower humans, and is committed to the creation of an AI ecosystem where we can use AI as a tool to improve education and not let AI essentially take over education. Israel is consistently ranked among the world's leaders in artificial intelligence, a testament to its strong focus on research and development, as well as its innovative spirit. Innovation is a cornerstone of Israel's economy and society, reflecting a persistent drive to explore new frontiers. CopyLeak is an Israeli AI-based platform offering plagiarism detection software. The platform offers software that enables members to detect plagiarism, paraphrase content, and similar text using artificial intelligence-based algorithms. Israel has its own program for AI called the Israeli National AI Program, which is a collaborative, holistic, and cross-ministerial effort for securing Israel's long-term leadership in AI. The program aims at leveraging Israel's extensive ecosystem, fostering multidisciplinary collaboration between academia, industry, and the government, and advancing AI research and development. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we proceed with the delegate of Pakistan? Hello.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Sure.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates and esteemed guests, it's an honor to represent the Islamic Republic of Pakistan in this vital discussion on AI in education. AI has potential to transform global education by personalizing learning experiences and preparing future generations for rapidly evolving technological landscape. However, as we embrace AI's benefits, we must address the risk of deepening education inequalities, particularly in developing countries like Pakistan, where access to digital tools remain challenged for many. Pakistan is committed to enhancing educational access through AI, but firmly believes that this technology must be deployed equitably to ensure no student is left behind. We must also consider the ethical implication of AI-driven assessments and impact of tradition teacher-student dynamics, ensuring that AI supports rather than replace human educators. Pakistan stands to ready to collaborate with all nations to develop policies that foster innovation while prioritizing inclusivity and fairness. Together, we can ensure AI serves as a bridge to opportunities rather than a barrier. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of Pakistan, can we proceed with the delegate of Philippines? Delegate of Philippines.
Yes, thank you for the recognition, Chair. As we step into an era defined by artificial intelligence, It is crucial that we as an international community harness the potential of AI for the benefit of all, especially for developing nations like the Philippines. AI has the power to transform industries, elevate healthcare, and improve education, but this must be done equitably. Currently, 46% of the world's population lacks internet access. This digital divide is stark and it limits the reach of AI technologies. The Philippines proposes the establishment of an international AI equity fund to provide grants and infrastructure support to developing countries, ensuring equitable access to AI technologies and digital infrastructure. Moreover, we must address the risks AI poses, including job displacement. Studies predict that by 2030, over 300 million jobs globally could be automated. To mitigate this, the delegation of Philippines also proposes the creation of an AI workforce retraining program, partnering with global tech companies like Microsoft and Quora to upskill workers in developing nations, ensuring that they are not left behind in this technological revolution. Furthermore, AI has the potential to advance healthcare. The Philippines advocates for the development of an AI for Global Health initiative, focusing on affordable AI powered diagnostics for diseases like tuberculosis and malaria, which still plague many developing nations like the Philippines. In conclusion, AI must not be a tool of inequality, but a force that uplifts all nations. Let us act now together to ensure that AI's benefits reach every corner of the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Philippines. Can we proceed with? Do we have anyone left?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Delegate of Kenya, sorry. Please start.
Good morning, delegates and members of the chair. Education is the foundation of our future. As the world rapidly evolves, teaching pedagogies must keep up. Every delegate here recognizes AI's diverse impacts on education as it enhances personalization, accessibility, and efficiency, but raises ethical and equity concerns. UNESCO's AI Readiness Assessment highlights Kenya as Africa's Silicon Savannah for its leadership in integrating AI into education. Kenya's success is evident through AI initiatives like MShul and Bridge International Academies. Efforts like EdTech Monday make Kenya a leader in educating educators on the use of AI as a supplement, not a replacement. Kenya acknowledges efforts like UNESCO's guidance for policymakers on AI in education, but believes more needs to be done. Developing countries need funding for infrastructure, and international collaboration is key for standardized policies and quality education. Open source technologies like private cloud compute and blockchain are vital for data protection. Lastly, governments alone cannot handle AI's fast pace. So Kenya strongly supports partnerships with private companies and individuals and recommends providing incentives to provide AI development in education. I'd like to leave every delegate here with a question in mind that can guide the upcoming debate. Sooner or later, everyone must come to terms with the onset of AI. But is the world truly prepared to ensure equality in its great impact? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Kenya. Do we have any delegation left for the opening statement?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, Delegate of South Korea. Please
Yeah.
start.
So, good morning, Honorable Chair, esteemed guests, and esteemed delegates. It is an honor to represent the Republic of Korea. South Korea deeply values education as a key driver of progress and innovation. In alignment with UNESCO and CAIE, we are committed to promoting inclusive, quality education and fostering cultural exchange. South Korea has also taken significant steps in integrating artificial intelligence in education, developing AI-driven platforms to enhance personalized learning, bridge gaps, and improve the accessibility for all the students. As we address the global challenges in education today, South Korea stands ready to collaborate in creating a future where learning empowers every individual and drives sustainable development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Delegate of South Korea. Has the Delegate of Sweden joined? Delegate of Sweden? None. So is there any other country left? No? Okay.
Okay, now can we have a vote on it, whether we'd like to start with GSLs? Delegates that would want a GSL, yes, please raise your hand. We need a simple majority, so okay, we have passed the simple majority. Okay, are there any motions on the floor regarding the GSL? Okay, I assume those with hands raised would like to propose the motion, or are they left over? Neil, the way would you like to start?
Sure. Should I first raise the motion?
Yes.
Yes. So, the delegate of Israel would like to raise a motion to enter into formal debate and start with the GSLs. Each speaker time being 90 seconds for a time of what? Uh, for a time of 20 minutes.
Are there any other motions on the floor? Kabir?
The delegate of Kenya would like to raise a motion to enter formal debate and create a general speakers list on the agenda AI in education, with each speaker's time being 120 seconds.
Delegate of Canada?
The delegate of Canada would like to motion to open debate on AI in education with a speaking time of 60 seconds.
Okay, could the committee please vote? We have the delegate of Canada proposing a debate with 60 seconds, the delegate of Kenya proposing 120 seconds, and the delegate, sorry, the delegate of Israel proposing 90 seconds. Could we please vote? First delegate of Canada, sorry. Okay, 4 votes. Delegate of Israel.
Rohan, I guess there are delegates from Australia and Chile. They would also like to say something.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Would
please.
they like to go ahead, or is this for the vote?
Yeah, it is regarding the board, or you have something else to say? Please state.
Regarding the vote.
Okay.
Voting.
Thank you. It's fine. Thank
Yeah, it
Okay,
is
we're
regarding the vote only.
okay. 5 votes for
Thank
the
you.
delegate of
Noted.
Israel, and do we have votes for the delegate of Kenya's motion? Okay. We assuming there are no other votes, we shall proceed with the delegate of Israel's proposition. Could you please repeat it once, and then we shall start.
Okay. So the delegate of Israel would like to enter into formal debate and start a GSL on the topic AI and education, with each speaker's time being 90 seconds.
Okay. Approved. You may begin.
So should I begin?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone once again. The delegate of Israel expresses Israel's support to the use of artificial intelligence in education. Israel's primary objective is to navigate and harness the transformative potential of emerging technologies, striving to facilitate experimentation, innovation, and collaboration within controlled environments known as sandboxes. These aim to anticipate and manage technological disruptions while maximizing the positive impacts on various sectors of society. The National Artificial Intelligence Program of Israel implements the recommendations of the National Digital Bureau and the Telam Forum, including the Israel Innovation Authority, the Council for Higher Education, and other bodies. Under this program led by the Israel Innovation Authority, NIS $133 million has been earmarked for education and critical R&D and data infrastructure, including the launch of a national institute that will aim to foster advanced research in collaboration with Israeli and international experts across the academia, industry, and the military. The program included the establishment and upgrading of research centers at universities alongside PhD scholarships. The Council for Higher Education joined the National AI and Data Sciences Program, which helped in advancing these fields, particularly through human capital development and groundbreaking research. Israel's national AI program set a goal for elevating Hebrew and Arabic natural language processing systems (NLPs), mirroring the proficiency of English language models through strategic investments in specialized data sets, models, and tools. Israel's AI policy is premised upon the concept of responsible innovation, which captures the need to support innovation while simultaneously fostering accountability and ethically aligned design and uses of AI. Israel supports the United Nations motto regarding AI, which is for AI to not overpower humans. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. May the delegate of Chile proceed.
No, could I ask a POI?
Delegate of Israel, do you accept the POI?
Absolutely.
How do you address the risk that sandboxes may limit the potential of AI to adapt in real world or dynamic educational settings where students' needs are like diverse and evolving?
Delegate, could you repeat your question? Your voice was not clear.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
How do you address the risk that sandboxes may limit the potential of AI to adapt in real world dynamic educational settings where educational needs and students' needs are diverse and evolving?
See, sandboxes in any way won't limit AI's use, or they restrict the use of AI or how it can develop. They're basically to facilitate more kind of research and innovation so that we can advance the use of AI. And anyway, so AI's broad expanse on the use, and how AI can be like how AI can be used to adapt to the needs of diverse students, diverse groups, and help to educate them. That won't be affected at all by these sandboxes. They are more for the benefit of technology and research. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with the delegate from the United Kingdom since they raised their hand first.
Right. I too had a POI if the delegate of Israel is open to taking.
So, like, is there a limit on the number of POIs one can accept or
No,
something?
it's up to you. I mean, if you
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So my POI here is you mentioned AI using AI to cater to different diverse groups, right? AI can also develop biases on the basis of its developmental patterns, the data it receives. How do you plan to counter those biases when you're talking about diverse groups, when you don't know who's controlling the AI, and more importantly, when you can't control data collection because not a lot of people are comfortable giving their data. So whatever data the AI is planned or trained on, naturally it will be in favor more towards that group. So how do you plan to counter that?
Delegate, could you shorten your question a bit?
Right. How do you plan to counter the AI biases that may occur when the AI is trained in a certain manner? Because there's biases that favor particular groups, communities of people.
See, these biases that you are talking about, they can all be dealt with while in the process of creation of these programs and technology. So like if these biases shouldn't come up, and if they come up, then obviously then they can be countered with the help of um like these biases that you're talking about. These can be countered like for example, you're saying that if they favor a particular group, then we can counter it at the source itself, like for example the source of the code of the AI or some other technologies that are involved in there. The departments that are concerned with it can also be used to mitigate this problem. I hope that answers your question.
Right, but you talk about the source, the programming. The thing is, AI language models learn from the data they're given, correct?
Yeah.
Now, if my AI model has learned something from the data sets that I have exposed it to, naturally it will. If my particular data set is centered around a particular community or a particular group of people, like for example, if I'm talking about let's say students in the field of education. Now, if I haven't trained my AI language model to work with students with learning disabilities, how will my AI cater to the needs of those with learning disabilities in real time? Now, suppose I don't have enough data to train my language model for to cater to learning disabilities because every student varies. Now, in that situation, how would you?
Uh,
That's the whole thing.
Delegate, that's the entire point of research. So like if we expand research, we can obviously expand the data, and then more data input means more diversity, more expansion to cater to the needs of the diverse groups. I understood your question. I think somebody has
Yeah,
Rohan has written
sorry,
that
just
marketing
yeah,
to revise
we'll
will.
do a, from next year's onwards, since the delegates of Kenya and the Philippines had raised their hands earlier. If you would like to proceed, go ahead, but we will be limiting it to that for this time and only two from the next. Kenya, as you had raised your hand first, do you have a POI?
I do, yes. Um, Delegate of Israel, I have a very simple point of information, and that is, how does Israel plan not only to have AI integrated in its education system, but collaborate with A, global entities, and B, private companies, since you would agree that the Israel government alone cannot function in all aspects of artificial intelligence.
Sorry, I was muted. So, yeah, your question is good. Like, of course, the government cannot handle everything. It has to go into collaboration with different, private companies and other international bodies. So, yes, we are like, for example, private companies in Israel. Like, for example, I had mentioned in my opening statement, CopyLeaks, Lura, UG Labs. These are some of the private companies in Israel with which the government can collaborate. So basically, the government can provide them funding, and then they can help to expand the research and data. For example, the delegate of United Kingdom was also talking about data biases. So if the government could provide them funding, then the private companies could expand their research, their data, and it could help to expand the scope of AI in education. Similarly, with private international bodies, also uh, uh, agreements can be made up. All sorts of things can be done with international bodies. We could enter into agreements. Certain treaties could be signed up. All those kinds of things.
Oh, thanks. Again, Delegate of Philippines, if you do have a POI, we'll let you. For the other delegates with hands raised, we won't for this GSL. We'll stick to a maximum two POIs past this. And again, to reinforce the rules, it's maximum 15 seconds for response. We will be enforcing them from the next POI onwards. Thank you.
Delegate of Israel, are you open to my question?
Sure.
All right. So, Honorable Delegate of Israel, while your country is at the forefront of integrating AI in education, there appears to be a significant digital divide in your nation that affects equitable access to these resources. Given that much of the AI consumption is found within well-funded institutions, how does Israel plan to ensure that marginalized communities and under-resourced schools also benefit from AI advancements, especially in the time when Israel is in war?
So yeah, basically, you're right. Israel is at war right now, and there's a lack of funds in some areas. But as the war gradually decreases and everything, as the war progresses, obviously it will come to an end. So then we'll start diverting more funds towards, focusing research and development on marginalized communities, so that they also get a chance to benefit from the uses of AI. Yeah,
Okay.
over time, basically, we'll start increasing the funding so that we could help the marginalized communities to improve their situation.
Yes, thank
Because
you.
obviously, at a time like war, it's not very like it's very difficult to divert resources to all sorts of things. So that is why we have to streamline where exactly we have funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will end with the delegate of Israel's point.
Yeah, one
Would
second.
sorry,
The
yeah, sure.
question on the chat actually is a good one. So like, if if I've answered, if anybody has answered
Yes,
here, then they need a plea to follow up, right?
sorry, yeah, I meant to respond to that after this, but yes, there need to be a plea to follow up. You can plea to follow up once per
But not.
POI, not more than that. And again, just two POIs per GSL speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Delegate of Israel. Would anyone else be? I believe the delegate of the Philippines had asked to be added to the list.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, you may go ahead, delegate. Anyone else, please just drop a message in the chat. We'll keep it organized based on that.
Honorable Chair, esteemed
POIs.
delegates. Okay, Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. As a representative of the Philippines, I stand before you to address a matter that transcends the integration of artificial intelligence in education. In a world where over 260 million children remain out of school, AI holds the promise of bridging educational divides, particularly for developing nations. The Philippines, like many countries, has embraced AI to enhance accessibility and inclusion in education. One of the key solutions AI offers is personalized learning. Adaptive platforms can tailor content to the pace and learning style of each student, addressing the unique needs of millions globally. Research from UNESCO shows that AI driven platforms could increase learning outcomes by 40% in under resourced areas. Additionally, AI can aid in automating administrative tasks, allowing teachers to focus on pedagogy and mentorship. Addressing the chronic teacher shortage in countries with limited resources will also be aided by the use of artificial intelligence. Internationally, we must work together to create an AI powered global education initiative. Such an initiative would provide open access, AI driven learning platforms that are culturally adaptive and multilingual, ensuring no nation is left behind. Partnerships between governments, tech companies, and educational institutions could bring these systems to the most remote areas, offering quality education to children who otherwise lack access. In conclusion, AI is not merely a tool, it is the key to unlocking the future where every child, regardless of nationality or socioeconomic status, has the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Philippines. The Delegate of Singapore has raised their hand. Do they have a point of inquiry?
And no, it was just to add on the delegate of Israel's point.
The Delegate of Israel's GSL is first, so.
Okay.
So the Delegate of Australia had raised their hand next. Do you like to add?
Yeah, I would like to make a point of view to the delegate of Philippines section.
Delegate of Philippines, do you accept?
Yes.
Yes, so as you mentioned in your GSL, that you will partner with tech companies so that the AI technology is able to reach remote areas. So how do you plan to partner? What are the steps you plan to take for this?
All right, thank you for your question. One of the best companies in Philippines which promote artificial intelligence include AI Pros and, if I am not wrong, Point West Technologies. Now, what the government is going to do is collaborate with them and form a treaty such that the government oversees what work is being done by these companies, so that, as it was mentioned earlier in this committee, so that there is no bias in artificial intelligence, and the education that is being offered by the government is standardized and is according to the rules and international standards, so that it ensures the quality of education as well. There would be certain terms and conditions that would be negotiated when we are partnering, and this would vary across nations as they adapt to their own cultural way of teaching.
You. I sorry. I believe the delegate of Kenya had raised their hand next.
Right.
Do correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, if not, I'll let you go ahead.
I do have a point of information. Delegate of Philippines, do you accept?
Yes.
All right. So, especially in the rural areas of Philippines and the underdeveloped ones, teachers may fear being replaced by AI as a question of their teaching is their livelihood, and that is a valid concern. How do you ensure that teachers are educated to use it as a supplement and they don't feel threatened by the onset of AI?
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for your question, Delegate of Kenya. We are going to be integrating AI as a tool, not a replacement. Encouraging use of AI as a supplement to teaching rather than a substitute. AI, as I mentioned in my GSL again, AI can assist with administrative tasks, data analysis, and personalized learning, allowing teachers to focus on instruction and student support. Now, what do we as we talk about the cultural way, the traditional way of learning, as we call it, the teachers are set to perform a lot of tasks, which include checking the test papers. That is something that the teacher would not be doing. We are integrating AI as a tool, not substituting it completely. What the AI is going to do, there would be online platforms that would provide exercises, solutions, and problems which the student can solve to improve their concepts, which would be integrated by AI. But the main material would be taught by the teachers, and there would be several upskilling courses offered by the government itself, which would help in the professional development of the teachers present in these rural areas as well.
Thank you. Again, those are the two POIs, Delegate of Canada. I'm sorry, since we are limiting it, we'll stop there. Would the delegate of Chile like to proceed? Delegate of Chile.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Chile recognizes the immense potential of artificial intelligence, or AI, in transforming education, making it more personalized, accessible, and effective. Our country is proud to have launched the National Policy on Artificial Intelligence, a comprehensive 10-year plan that aims to integrate AI responsibly across sectors with a strong focus on education. This policy prioritizes equitable access to AI-driven educational tools, ensuring that students from rural and underserved regions receive the same quality of education as those in urban centers. AI allows us to address learning gaps through personalized learning systems that adapt to each student's unique needs, thus promoting inclusive education. Moreover, Chile advocates for ethical AI, focusing on data privacy, security, and eliminating algorithmic biases. International collaboration is key to achieving these goals. Chile is committed to working with UNESCO and the global community to ensure that AI not only enhances learning outcomes, but also contributes to sustainable development. We urge this committee to adopt policies that promote responsible AI while empowering youth to lead in the digital era. Thank you.
Thank you. The delegate of Australia, you have a POI.
Yeah, I would like to the delegate of Chile open.
Delegate of Chile, do you accept?
I couldn't the delegate of Australia.
Delegate of Australia, could you please repeat your point?
Am I audible to you now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would like to give the POI turn.
Yeah, I'm
So yeah, so you mentioned that you would like to bridge the gap that many students have while interacting with technology. So can you maybe give an example of how you plan to do that?
That's so the Chile national AI policy, it also includes strict guidelines for like the question that you asked. And AI is seen as a support tool for teachers, not a replacement. So it uses data analytics to help with the learning gaps for disabled students.
Noted. Thank you. Delegate of Canada, sorry, Delegate of Australia, is there a repeat response or
No.
noted? Okay. Delegate of Canada, would you like to go ahead?
I have a POI. Does the delegate of Chile accept?
No, no,
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
no, I don't want to accept any more POIs.
Okay.
Noted. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have the delegate of the UK.
Right. So I'd like to begin my GSL by emphasizing on the fact that everyone here in this conference agrees that AI is an essential tool and it is kind of inevitable to involve education systems that are existing right now. What I really liked about the delegate of Philippines was that they mentioned using AI as a tool and not to replace teachers, and which is what I would like to elaborate further upon. Not because just because teachers would feel like their jobs are in danger, because that is a very valid point. But also, there's a lot of setbacks of AI that we haven't yet discovered, and that's why there was a call to action in 2023 March by 6 AI giants pleading for complete stop on AI development, further study the critical aspects of particular risks that came with using AI systems at such a level. Now, naturally, we've seen generative AI like ChatGPT excel in such fields. We have ChatGPT being used every single day now. The thing is, we need to understand that there's a lot more to it than just using AI to cater to personal needs of students, particularly. We have privacy and data security. That is one of the major reasons why it is still people are still hesitant to involve to involve AI in their education. Also, there's a lack of transparency and accountability. There's no standard rules across the globe. And while earlier on in my opening statement, I mentioned that there is no free for all one size fits all sort of rule in AI, particularly. But we also need to set some guidelines. So I think this conference should center itself more around setting those guidelines rather than talking about the benefits of AI, because we all are familiar with those. Now let's talk about some setbacks. We have biases, like I mentioned. There's no accountability. There's no regulation body of AI that at a global level developed as of now. In fact, the legislations passed for AI were also very recent. So it's all in a very primitive stage right now, and to be debating implementation, I think it's a little early for that.
Thank you. Delegate of Australia, would you like to raise a POI?
Yes, I would like to raise a POI if the delegate of UK is open.
I accept. Go on.
Yes. So in your GSL mentioned that there are 6 AI giants that work on features. Also, can you name them?
Right, I can name them. So basically, hold on just a sec. 6 AI giants. There were 1,000 artificial intelligence experts, researchers, backers, and they signed an open letter calling for an immediate pause on the creation of giant AIs. 6 months. I'm so sorry, I messed up my information. 1,000 artificial intelligence experts, researchers, and backers signed this open letter, which was drafted to the European Union, and then it called for a halt on the development or creation of generative AIs that already existed to sort of counter, because AI develops at such a fast rate. We see every day there are advancements being made. So to sort of halt the progress or to slow it down so that we could understand. So signatories included Amazon, DeepMind, Google, Meta, Microsoft, basically all these giants that we've heard of. So these are the giants I was talking about. And they decided that development should be slowed down to study the effects of AI, first of all, and not to just completely ravage our institutions with development. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just one quick reminder, responses are limited to 15 seconds. We aren't strictly enforcing the times, but we are keeping a note of it in the score sheet.
Right. Sorry.
Delegate Vizriel, would you like to raise a point?
I have a point of information if the United Kingdom accepts.
I accept. Go on.
Okay. So, in your speech, you mentioned that you wanted that you wish to create laws to to make everything uniform in terms of AI, its use and everything. So, how exactly do you plan to create and implement such rules globally, and like which institutions will you collaborate with to make such rules?
See, as my speech went, I did mention that there is no one size for all guideline for AI when it comes to AI regulation internationally. Not one guideline cannot fit every single nation on this planet. What I meant was to lay down a sort of framework which UNESCO ideally should do, which we are here for, to lay down a framework on the basis of which different countries can create different guidelines catering to their own needs. Now you mentioned laws as well, and I think that in fact institutions. If we talk about, so the European Union came up with the AI Act, and with that they came up with the AI Pact, which would be implemented on certain organizations, and they collaborated with these institutions. One of which was OpenAI. So basically, these tech giants should collaborate with governments, and that's something that should be looked into. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could we proceed with the next GSL? I believe the delegate of Kenya.
Yes. Education must keep up with the pace of the world, and artificial intelligence is on the verge of changing everything. Professor Anek Waweru's studies show that while Kenyan students and teachers have a positive attitude towards AI, there is limited understanding and valid concerns, particularly regarding access to infrastructure and the costs of developing AI tools. This is a big problem, and to address these challenges, global collaboration and open source AI development should be prioritized to reduce the financial burden, especially on developing nations. Squirrel AI in China is an example of remarkable technology that must expand beyond China to the entire globe. Governments must establish cross-platform standards and encourage private sector involvement, ensuring that AI tools like Mathia and Duolingo can work seamlessly together with consistent quality and security. An international regulatory body under UN supervision could ensure transparency and standardization across borders. Ethical concerns regarding data privacy can be addressed with technologies like private cloud compute and blockchain for decentralized data management. Educators need to be properly trained to use AIs as a task learning rather than a replacement for teachers. Kenya's monthly TV show Mondays is an excellent educating the public. Lastly, their peer-to-peer human collaboration. Personalization of education should not lead to isolated learning. The delegate of Kenya hopes that AI can give a new global education standard, which is accessible to. Thank you.
Thank you. The delegate of Philippines, do you have a POI?
Yes, thank you, Tim. The delegation of Philippines would like to inquire about Kenya's approach to funding schools for the integration of AI technologies, recognizing that AI systems require regular updates and maintenance, which can be resource intensive, which you did mention in your GSL. What specific plans does your government have to ensure that schools receive adequate funding for these needs? And additionally, how does your government intend to monitor the proper allocation and utilization of these funds, especially considering the diverse range of schools across the nation?
Excellent question. I'd like to answer this step by step. Firstly, I'd like to talk about what you mentioned about infrastructure, rural areas, and places where AI costs a lot. Now, I did mention in my speech, and the answer to this is global collaboration, and it's also private sector collaboration. Education is a profitable industry, spanning billions of dollars across the world, that encourage private players to enter education. Now, this is beneficial for the onset of AI, and that can increasingly lead to better AI development and low power and low cost AI, which aren't on device but connected to servers and spread across a wide range. They can help reduce costs while increasing accessibility. In rural areas where even traditional education hasn't had a good grip yet, AI and digital education can help a lot and it can penetrate areas which traditional education previously simply could not, because Kenya is considered one of the digital hubs of Africa, and it has a great network of devices and people online. I hope that answers your question.
Delegate, is there a plea for response? Noted. Okay. Delegate of Australia, would you like to proceed?
Yes, I would like to make a POI as the delegate of Kenya in this committee.
Yes, please.
Yes, so in your answer to the delegate of Philippines, you mentioned that to lower the cost of AI projects, global collaboration is the answer. So can you quote an example if you have any, if you have already collaborated in the past, or how do you plan to collaborate in the future?
Sure. So this very committee, UNESCO, has an AI plan, which in turn for AI in education, which helps fund AI in developing countries in Africa, including Kenya. Now, that is an excellent initiative already to provide monetary funds. However, the need is not just monetary, but of intellectual property. Companies across the world, from Duolingo, Mathia, OpenAI, all of these private players from different countries must have a liaison with the international community and to be able to provide their technology for AI in education. We must realize that education, although it is a profitable business, it is also for welfare. And for that, exclusivity can never be a part, which means that every country needs to have a set standard. And not only that, and not only intellectual property, but a standard of curriculum and a standardization of quality of education and a quality of artificial intelligence, as well as its security. That standard can be developed by a framework of the United Nations, private companies and government agencies alike can follow. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a plea for response from the delegate of Australia?
No.
Noted. Okay. We may proceed with the next delegate, the delegate from Canada. Would you like to start with the GSL?
Hello, am I audible?
Hey,
Yes,
yeah.
you are.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, and distinguished guests, AI is rapidly evolving and improving education, offering numerous benefits that can enhance teaching and learning experiences. AI can benefit education in numerous ways, being able to provide an individual with personalized lessons and give access to learning at all times, since AI doesn't get sick or need sleep. It gives a chance to students to work at their own pace and create lessons of their own, while creating a lesson sheet based on their own learning preferences, as graphs, etc., or making practice tests. AI not only helps educate students, but also gives recent data and examples, because AI searches the internet for the most recent and accurate information. It can answer your questions instantly and will be able to reformulate and re-explain as many times as necessary. But AI also provides education to people that aren't able to afford school, since AI is accessible to everyone that has access to internet. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any POIs? None? Oh, okay. Delegate of Kenya.
I have a would you like to accept?
Yeah.
All right. So towards the very end of your speech, you mentioned to everyone who has access to internet.
Yes.
That's a very crucial statement, because everyone who has access to internet, there's a separate way of solving their problems. But what about those who don't? What about those who, for leaving AI aside, they haven't had technology penetrate those. So how do you think Canada, as a more developed country, can help give access to technology in general and AI in particular?
Well, the delegate of Canada, well, the nation of Canada, being a relatively wealthy country, is open to financing certain countries in needs, like the Philippines, for example, since a good number of parts in the Philippines are untouched with technology. So the delegate of Canada is open to providing a certain amount of funds to countries in need, like the Philippines. Does that answer your POI?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other, yeah, delegate of Singapore?
So our POI is the delegate of Canada, right? Accepted.
Yes.
So you were mentioning about using AI and integrating within classrooms. If I
Yeah.
remember that's the point. So my question is, what measures are being taken to train educators in using AI technologies more effectively in classrooms?
Oh, so well, using AI in classrooms, like for teachers, is that your question?
That's my question. How
Like
how are
how
teachers being used?
okay,
Yes.
how can teachers use AI in
Yeah.
classrooms? Well, teachers can use AI in classrooms to formulate their lessons as a tool. Like if say a particular student's need has an inquiry about an X topic and the teacher is not knowledgeable enough to inform the student about a certain topic, AI can be used as a tool for the teacher to learn about the topic itself and also inform the student, or to make tech tests so that like AI makes their own question sheets so that students have new question sheets for each test and practice test.
Okay.
Does this satisfy your POI?
Yes, I'm satisfied that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we will go to the delegate of Germany.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, artificial intelligence, it's the technology that takes routine tasks off the hands of educators, which liberates them to help students when they where they need face to face. Using intelligent tutoring systems which deliver real-time personalized support for students, enabling them to learn at their own speed. Germany wants educational justice, which means that every child should have access to good education no matter what their background. Currently, the global AI in education market is projected to grow from $3.6 billion in 2020 to over $20 billion by 2027. Germany is actively participating in this evolution. AI-powered personalized learning platforms, such as those used in German schools, are showing remarkable success. According to a recent study, students using these platforms demonstrate a 30% improvement in academic performance compared to traditional methods. However, as we welcome AI into our classrooms, we must be vigilant about the challenges it poses. Data privacy and the ethical use of AI are crucially important. It is a priority to uphold students' rights. AI-based education needs a level playing field within Germany and globally, bridging the digital divide. Looking into the future, Germany hopes for constructive and international cooperative development of ethics in AI in education. Together, we can guarantee that AI is applied in favor of all students and be the foundation for future generations who must navigate a rapidly changing world. Thank
You. Sorry, Kriti raised their hand first. I'm not sure which country they're representing. We go here.
I'm Brazil.
Would
Would
you
you
like to?
like,
Yes.
okay, if you will you accept the POI?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Uh, okay. Okay, so Germany's AI strategy emphasizes innovation, right? But how is the country balancing technological advancement with the need to protect students' rights and ensure ethical use of AI in the classroom?
So, as I mentioned in GSL, we're trying to bring in educational justice, which means that all students from whatever backgrounds can have AI in education. So what Germany is doing is we're having initiatives that include scholarship programs for underrepresented groups, support systems for students with disabilities, and programs designed to engage students from socio-economical backgrounds that traditionally have lower educational attainment. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Would the delegate of Kenya like to raise a POI?
Yes, please. All right. So my POI is related to the delegate speech on ethics. However, it's a slightly different type of ethics. What about the ethics of children? Because children may use artificial intelligence, especially large language models, to, in a sense, cheat and become dependent on it. And obviously, that does not foster creativity and true innovation in education. How are we using AI in a responsible manner so that children cannot become dependent on them completely?
I would not like to set this POI. So,
Oh, sorry, I forgot to ask. My bad. But yeah, sorry. Moving onwards, we will go with the delegate of Finland.
Yes. Good afternoon, delegates. Today I stand before you to discuss Finland's approach to integrating artificial intelligence into education, a model that sets a benchmark for nations worldwide. Finland, known for its exceptional education system, has proactively embraced AI education, recognizing the crucial role it will play in shaping future generations. In 2018, Finland launched the Elements of AI online course aimed at teaching the fundamental of AI to citizens, regardless of their backgrounds. The course has been translated into multiple languages and is now available worldwide with over 1 million participants. This initiative highlights Finland's commitment to equipping its population with essential digital skills. Ensuring AI literacy is not limited to experts but accessible to everyone. Furthermore, Finland's education system fosters critical thinking, creativity, and problem solving, key skills in the age of AI. AI is being integrated into K 12 curricula in innovative ways. For example, in some Finnish schools, students as young as 10 are learning basic programming and AI concepts through tools like the AI Playground, which allows students to build simple AI models and explore machine learning in a hands on manner. This gives children an understanding of how AI system makes decisions while also teaching them about ethical implications of AI technology. As the world enters an AI-driven future, Finland's inclusive and forward-thinking approach to AI education offers a blueprint for other countries to follow. We must continue to invest in AI education to prepare all citizens for the opportunities and challenges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Finland. Are there any POIs? Yes, delegate of Singapore.
So I think so. The My question was, how does Finland ensure that the AI application remains student centric and it does not compromise on its own education philosophy, which Finland actually has?
That is not a relevant POI. I shall not be answering.
Are there any other POIs? None. All right. Would the delegate of Australia like to go ahead?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, greetings again. We live in an age where AI shapes nearly every aspect of our lives, from something as simple as autocorrect to the complexities of self-driving cars. Now we are standing at the threshold of bringing this AI revolution to our schools and colleges, recognizing that they are the incubators of the future. Australia firmly believes that AI can transform education, offering personalized learning experiences that allow students to learn at their own pace based on their unique needs. With AI-powered data analytics, educators can identify learning gaps, adapt curriculum, and ensure that no student is left. This innovation offers us a chance to reduce disparities in learning outcomes, addressing both academic strengths and weaknesses with precision. Furthermore, AI holds immense potential in expanding access to education, particularly in remote and underserved areas. Through AI-driven platforms, students who have historically been cut off from quality education can now access interactive, cutting-edge AI technology. Australia is committed to fostering international and public-private relationships that leverage AI to bridge these gaps and promote educational equity on a global level. However, while the promise of AI is immense, we must remain mindful of the challenge. Ethical concerns around data privacy and algorithmic bias must be front and center. Australia calls upon this committee to ensure that robust guidelines are established to safeguard student details, privacy, and prevent the misuse of their data. Additionally, we must address the financial inequalities that could widen the gap between the wealthy and the disadvantaged, thus deepening educational divide. In conclusion, Australia urges this body to embrace the opportunities AI presents while maintaining vigilance over its ethical and social implications. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any POIs? None. All right. Could we have the delegate of Brazil present their GSL?
Sure. Artificial intelligence has enormous potential for benefiting humanity and promoting sustainable development, but only if it develops in a way that benefits humanity, respect global norms and standards, and is anchored in peace and sustainable development. It is considered of one of the most revolutionary technological developments today. But can it replace teachers in education? A new proposal in Paulo, Brazil suggests this might be possible, but it raises significant concerns about educational quality and equity. Since AI transforms our society intelligence and what it means to be human, it is necessary to develop international and national policies and regulatory frameworks to ensure that these emerging technologies benefit humanity. The risk is that schools may become too reliant on technology, potentially reducing the human element in education. The teacher-student relationship is essential for developing social and emotional skills. In November 2021, UNESCO's General Conference adopted the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, the first global standard-setting instrument on AI. In 2022, UNESCO Brasilia published this recommendation in Portuguese to discuss and promote this subject in Brazilian society. The future of education in Brazil must embrace AI as a tool for progress, but we must remain vigilant, ensuring that its implementation respects privacy, promotes equity, and prioritizes the well-being of our children above all else. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Brazil. Are there any POIs? Yeah. All right. Delegate of Thailand, could we have you speak?
Yes. Thailand is still a majorly developing country. In 2021, only 44.6% of the population spoke English. A good portion of these people only really being able to speak broken English. Thailand is furthermore ranked 101st worldwide in the English Proficiency Index in 2023. This inhibits the freedom tourists have during their trips, and of course, deserving students from Thailand who cannot learn in outside countries due to a severe language barrier. This is furthermore worsened by the fact that around 20% of the population has no access to education. This is why AI platforms currently in development, like NecTech and OmAI, which are both government-backed programs, who have received over 1 billion Thai baht, or around 30 million US dollars in funding from the government, would go a huge way in developing the country. These AI systems work more rather as a tool to be used by teachers, not one to replace teachers. Right now, it is estimated that around 64% of primary schools have a lack of teachers, defined as having lesser than one teacher per classroom on average. However, this raises a major problem, a dependence on AI. With way too less teachers to moderate students on their use in AI, wouldn't students become too dependent on AI for their answers and homework? This is why I propose the delegates over here to consider the problem of a complete dependence on AI rather than that AI being used as a tool to learn by students.
Thank you, Delegate of Thailand. Delegate of Kenya, do you have a POI?
Yes, I do. Would you accept?
Yeah.
All right. So towards the end of your speech, again, the delegate of Thailand mentioned that that AI shouldn't be something that you're completely dependent on, just a suitable supplement, right? Now, my question stems from that, and it is that what do you consider being a supplement, and where does it cross the line into being a dependent? And more importantly, how do we mitigate that in an educational environment where students have access to the internet at large?
I feel where I draw the line between a supplement and being dependent on it is where the person themselves has a thought on their answer. For example, if I'm given a question by my teacher and I just put that into ChatGPT or any large language module and just get an answer and submit that, then I'm being completely dependent on it. But if I take the answers from ChatGPT, think about it, maybe paraphrase it a while and put my own thoughts into it, or at least try it as a method to learn and then submit an answer, I wouldn't call it completely dependent. It's you're using it as a substitute, rather than just using using what it gives you without putting your own thought into it. Does that answer your question?
Sure, yeah.
Is there a plea to respond? Or
Yeah, just once that the latter part of my question was how do we enforce that and how do we make sure they're not dependent?
Delegate Thailand, do you accept the plea to response?
I do not.
Noted. Okay. Delegates of Canada and Israel, you had raised your hands, but I put them down. Would you like to raise a POI?
No.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Could we please move on to the delegate of South Korea?
Yeah. So South Korea has recognized the transformative potential of AI in education, leveraging into enhanced learning experiences and the outcomes. By implementing AI-driven platforms, we are personalizing education, allowing students to learn at their own pace and according to their unique needs. For instance, AI tool provides real-time feedback and adaptive learning paths, helping educators identify areas where students may struggle and offering tailored resources to support them. Globally, the integration of AI in education can address critical challenges such as educational accessibility. By utilizing AI, we can reach underserved populations, ensuring that every learner has access to quality educational resources. Moreover, Moreover, AI can facilitate language learning, enabling students from diverse linguistic backgrounds to communicate effectively and engage in collaborative experiences. As we move forward, it is imperative that we collaborate internationally to establish ethical guidelines and best practices for AI in education, ensuring that it serves as a tool for empowerment, drives us towards a more knowledgeable global society.
Noted. Thank you. Are there any POIs? All right, we have reached
I'm
the end of our.
sorry to
Sorry, go
interrupt.
ahead.
I'd like to raise a POI. I'm unable to raise my hand. Okay, here. Sorry. Right. So my POI basically revolves around how do you plan on electing a governing body to say for your particular country, South Korea, and how exactly would you define who is accountable for something, if anything, that goes wrong using your AI systems? Uh, what, what are the transparency guidelines that you propose?
Um, Delegate of United Kingdom, can you just make the question a bit short?
Right, sorry. My question is, who will you hold accountable for the use of AI systems in your country, South Korea, and what are the transparency guidelines you propose?
Can you come again because your voice is breaking?
I'm sorry. Okay. Should I just type it out in chat if that's okay? Okay.
While we let this happen, we'll just let the next GSL start if that's all right. I missed one on the list, Delegate Italy. Delegate Italy, could you please present your and then we'll get back to the question. Delegate Italy, Ukshita.
Yes.
Yes, hi. Hey, you're muted.
Okay. So I'm honored to present three aspects of the critical integration of AI in educational systems worldwide and its potential for personalized learning. So, Italy recognizes that rapidly emerging critical integration of AI intelligence in education is not merely an option, it is a necessity. So, we are committed to exploring how AI can transform learning experiences for students globally, ensuring that every teacher has access to high quality education tailored to their needs. So first and foremost is that Italy has established a national strategy for distance education. So the strategy emphasizes that the adoption of AI tools in education is facilitating a shift from traditional teaching methods to innovative data-driven approaches by embedding AI into the education framework and aim to enhance both teaching efficiency and student one of the most significant advantages of free education is the ability to provide personalized learning experiences. Italian schools are increasingly utilizing AI-driven schools platforms that analyze individual student performance. These platforms adapt to curricula based analyze individual students and this personalized approach of fosters a deeper understanding for the students to thrive academically prioritizes the training of educators in educational technologies. We believe that AI integration equipped with the specific skills of these tools effectively. Professional development programs are being integrated and also actively, we also uses international collaborations for the AI driven for students to learn and application to AI. This enriches our understanding and allows us to implement more
Delegate Italy, could you please try switching your mic or switching to a different, try speaking up a bit? A few delegates have raised a point of personal privilege. Delegate Italy, you're really sorry. Your voice is really audible.
Okay, you want me to repeat my points? I was too fast.
Uh, could you, your audio is quite soft, like you're, at least on the side. Could you try switching mics or try speaking up a bit? Thank you.
Okay, so I will speak after a while. Okay, because I guess my net is
No worries. Delegate of South Korea, would you like to answer the earlier POI? And after that we
Um,
shall.
yes, as the UK delegate asked me about the accountable for the use of AI systems in South Korea and the transparency guidelines we would like to propose. So basically, in South Korea, accountability for AI systems in education lies with educational institutions, government bodies, and technology developers. Institutions must ensure that the AI aligns with the educational goals, while the government should establish the regulations for the proper use or the responsible use, and a few for the transparency.
Delegate of South Korea, you muted.
So a few transparency guidelines are that, first of all, the clear disclosure, which explains the AI workings and like the data resources and the potential biases. Then the second is the data privacy protections, which is like about the strict compliance with the data protection laws to ensure every student's information is secure. And the third one is the stakeholder engagement, re- uh, which is like regularly you consult educators, students, or the parents to gather feedbacks or address any concerns. If that's clear for the delegate of UK.
Thanks. Delegate of the United Kingdom, would you like to please respond? No?
I don't think
Okay,
that's necessary. It's cool.
perfect. Thank you. Just to confirm, is there any second POI for the delegate of South Korea? As we have paused midway. If not, we shall continue to the next motion.
Can I raise a motion?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to suspend formal debate and propose for an unmoderated debate for a duration of 15 minutes.
Noted. Delegate of Canada, would you like to propose a motion as well?
Motion to extend the unmod of the United Kingdom to 20 minutes.
Noted. Any other propositions? Any other motions? Noted. Okay. Delegates, would you like to vote on whether we should do 15 or 20 minutes? Delegates who would like to support the delegate of Canada, please raise your hand first. And delegates in support of the delegate of the United Kingdom, could you please raise your hands? Noted. Okay. We will continue with a 20-minute unmoderated caucus. I'll be starting the timer in a minute. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, my voice died. We're in the unmod right now, right?
Right, I think so.
Yeah, okay, cool.
You guys
So,
want
Delegates, can the bloc which has Philippines, Kenya, Canada, and those countries please move to breakout room 2?
Breakout room 2.
Hey,
No, yeah, okay, we are in breakout room 2.
Oh, we are in breakout rooms are just this. We can stay in the committee, that's fine.
We are
Yeah.
in breakout room number 2.
Yeah, okay. How about
Hey, instead of like doing block right now,
yeah.
we need to decide a moderated caucus, right? We need at
Yeah,
least
I think that's better.
so let's try finding 2 more topics, right? Anyone got suggestions for mods?
Guys, I need to use the toilet. I'll be back.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I really think we should work on like proper guidelines because we all know the benefits. We're talking about the benefits or this that. We do need proper. We need a proper proposal to present to the chair by the end of I think the next committee. In fact, right now, what's the schedule?
Session 3 is draft resolution, so yeah.
Yeah. So we need to be ready with a draft resolution by 120.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel
And-
like
And like according to the earlier schedule, but right now with the GSLs and all, actually it has been shifted. Earlier there was no space for the time for the GSLs.
I think we should still like use
At
this
least one mod we should get through so that we can also start with the GSLs.
Are there any GSLs left?
No. I'm sorry, not the GSLs, the draft resolution.
Right. Okay, so we have 2 options here. Either we can have a really long mod, say like a 20-minute, half-hour mod, or we can have 2 10-minute mods. Which one do you guys prefer?
I feel like 2 10-minute
Two 10-minute
10-minute ones.
10-minute.
Two
Okay.
different aspects we discuss.
2 different aspects. I agree.
And along with the guidelines that the delegate of UK mentioned, I feel like we should also include ethical concerns that we'll eventually face when developing care.
Right. How about this? How about this for the 2 mods? The first one, we talk about infrastructure. We talk about financials in the first one, right? For developing countries as well as for every other country, just how do we figure out the national finances and the international ones as well? Because I'm the delegate of Kenya. I mentioned in my speech that if we globalize it, then it's going to be cheaper for the developing countries to be able to develop their infrastructure.
Yeah,
Right.
so You can have like an international fund where like majority of it goes to developing nations, not the developed ones. So,
I
yeah.
think what we
Continue.
need to establish first are the jurisdictions of international
I'm
bodies
sorry,
and
you're not
national
audible
bodies.
for me. UK?
Yeah, I said I think what we need to establish first are the jurisdictions of international bodies and national bodies. So, what needs to be managed by international bodies? Let's just set that. And then accordingly, we can discuss further on the financials and the guidelines, basically.
True. But in the interest of time, I think we'll have to do both of those in the same mod caucus, right?
Yeah, can we establish that right now in this unmod, just like informally, so that we know what we're talking about in the mod?
Okay. Um, okay, in my very simplistic view, internationally, we need to foster a collaboration of intellectual property, which means that any technology, say, for example, I mentioned in my speech, Squirrel AI in China, that kind of technology needs to be everywhere. And I think governments should actively be giving out their technologies for education specifically. I know it's a competitive world, but education is one of those things that needs socially everywhere. So again, two different aspects of it. Intellectually, we need to be collaborating, and financially, I agree with the delegate of Philippines that a fund for developing countries, specifically South Asia, and Africa, those two regions.
Yes, I agree with the delegate of Kenya on this point that global collaboration has many barriers, we can say, like financial barriers, maybe even cultural barriers. So I guess the international bodies must focus on removing those barriers to foster more collaboration.
I think I completely agree with the Global Fund for Developing Nations. But at the same time, this only applies to the financial aspect. The ethical aspect varies from country to country, so that is something that needs to be discussed further.
Right.
But yeah. The financial aspect, yeah.
Comment of the group is writing that the DR is to be readied in the short break from 105 to 120 and presented in the third committee session from 120 to 2. How exactly are we supposed to do that is right now 1.
Are we allowed to make the DR right now?
Do we even have the time to do a mod?
I don't think so.
I
guess we'll
also
have
don't
to
think.
once recheck with
I
the
sorry, DR can be presented by 135.
Okay.
So we
30
have
minutes from now.
All right. Just one thing. We are supposed to make the DR in our respective blocks, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
so
So
that-
I just want to make sure everybody here is in our block.
I think it's more of like an international understanding thing. I think we can just work together to form one draft. I suppose.
One draft?
Yeah,
One
I
draft is
don't
all?
think that's allowed. That's not allowed.
No,
I don't
One
think.
draft not loud. Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree with the
But I think it'll be a little, give the time limit, it'll be kind of messy going back and forth.
No, I think it'll be chaotic if we have only one block because we won't be able to get everybody's idea on one DR. If we
Yes.
get it in
Yeah.
two blocks,
I think
it's
we need to
better.
have at least 2 blocks.
We can have 2 blocks and then vote for
Hmm.
both blocks for like
So
final
do we have
resolution.
two blocks? All right. So do we have two blocks?
I have made another block.
Yeah, even we have a block. Okay.
Okay.
Israel is not in our block. Okay. All right.
Okay, 1 second. I believe I'm on 2 blocks at the moment.
2 blocks? Is there a third block also apart from the one that I've made and Philippine has made?
Israel, have you added me to yours or not? Because
No, I've not.
Okay, so
Yeah, Kenya is in ours. Yeah, it's
Yeah, Kenya is an Argo block.
Is there a third block also in this?
No. I don't think so.
I don't think it should be. But yeah. Okay, also, one more thing. So we've decided on 2 mods, right? So the first one we've said is financial. Second one, we're trying to make ethical and privacy things, right?
Yeah.
We should also add private sector involvement in that because again, ethical and private sector kind of.
Yeah, they make
Just listen
Exactly.
1 minute.
Yeah.
So the break is from 145 to 120 and the DR has to be presented by 135. So
don't have time
there's
for
a 15-minute gap. So do you think you'll be able to do 2 mods in 15 minutes?
No, are we still having that break?
No, that's not possible. You can't do 2 mods in 15 minutes.
No
short
short break. Okay, no short break.
Cool, cool.
No break within that.
No
Um,
short break.
So then we can have 2 mods.
would you like to end the unmod right now?
Yeah, I think
Finan-
let's move on to the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I think
think
we can do that.
But like, what exactly is the I'm forgetting the word actually. What exactly is the statement for the topic that we're going to make for the mod?
okay, so
The motion.
the first one should be financial and infrastructure, how to address financial and infrastructural challenges for AI in education.
Hmm.
And the second one will be how to address ethical and privacy concerns in AI education.
With the addition of the private.
I'm sorry?
With the addition of the private sector. Sorry, who's speaking?
I think we can include that in both aspects. Right? We don't have to say it in the topic, but as in general, let's include private sectors in both.
Okay.
Great.
So do we have to share the draft resolution with the host or on the group?
I'm sorry?
Do we have to share the draft resolution with the host or on the group that is there?
Most probably the whole chat and the committee.
No. What are you talking about? The DR?
Yeah, the DR.
No, we're making 2 blocks. So I think we have 2 different WhatsApp chats for 2 different blocks. We will be sharing our DRs on our blogs specifically. Yeah.
Okay.
Question though, it's going to be really hard to work on the DR if both the blocks are on the same call.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we should just separate out.
No, can we ask permission to separate out into like sub?
Okay, can we please define which country is in which block, because this is
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so okay.
Okay, let's do this. The block with me.
I can make 2 breakout rooms if you'd like. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
But
I think we are in breakout too.
But we need to know who's in which block.
Guys, everybody in the Philippines, can you just raise your hands?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is my
with Philippines? Okay, wait, is it okay? Cool.
Guys, people who are in like my blog, Cheel is also in our blog. Cheel, are you here? Yeah, okay, all right. Can someone please add me?
Okay, but we can. Okay, yeah. So right now we're doing mods, though, right? We're doing mods right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're doing mods?
Yeah. Moderator caucuses for now,
Okay,
right?
okay. So everybody who's with me, can we all stay in breakout 2? And everybody who's not with me, please move to breakout room number 1.
No.
Breakout room number 1 is
That's another committee.
The breaker room is for GA.
Yeah,
the other
the committee.
We can do WhatsApp calls.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do WhatsApp
we can
calls.
do that.
But again, that's for a little bit in the future. Right now, we want to do mods, right?
Yeah, mods would be with everyone, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's better.
Yeah, exactly. So
Exactly. So let's end
Okay,
on. Yes, go ahead, Philippines.
Okay, can you guys please read the chat, the meeting chat in Zoom? The chair's sharing something.
I could send Jimmy.
Yeah, the chair will share that.
If you like.
They will
It's a separate call, then we can WhatsApp, right? I think WhatsApp's simpler for us. Let's start block.
All right. I've sent a number. Please add it to the chat, and I'm sending another one. I don't know if you're supposed to go ahead, but
Sure. Okay, so can we raise a motion to suspend the unmod and then enter into the moderator?
yeah, okay.
Could we have a show of hands for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
We need a simple majority. Yep, perfect. Okay, we have reached a simple majority. We will now enter a moderated caucus. Perfect. We go ahead with that.
So the agenda at hand here is tackling financial and infrastructural challenges when it comes to using AI in the educational sector. Right.
I'm sorry, we have to raise a motion first, right?
I'd like
Sorry,
to, should I?
yep, you may raise a motion.
I'd like to raise a motion to begin a moderated purpose on the topic of addressing financial and infrastructural challenges when it comes to implementing AI in the educational sector.
Could you put the topic in the chat, please? I couldn't hear you.
Sure.
The topics in the chat. Can we also decide upon the time limit? And then we'll start.
So I guess we'll have to raise the motion for the moderated caucus to start. So I guess I'll do that. The delegate from Australia would like to raise the motion to begin our moderated caucus of the duration of 10 minutes on the topic of addressing financial and infrastructural challenges when implementing AI in the educational sector, with special focus on developing nations.
Are there any other motions, or shall we continue with this as there's only a single one?
Could you please repeat the time for the motion that you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
The individual speaker time?
She said 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yeah.
No, individual speaker time.
Individual, I assume, is 60.
Shall we continue with 60? Are there any other any complaints?
60 would
Noted.
be.
Okay, 10 minutes, 60. And I'll let people start queuing up. If first person would like to speak, just let me know. We'll put the order down and how many we can fit. We'll go ahead. Delegate of Philippines, you may start.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. Today, I stand before you as a delegate of the Philippines to address the pressing issue of implementing artificial intelligence in the educational sector, particularly in developing nations. While AI has the potential to revolutionize education, significant financial and infrastructure challenges hinder its effective integration. Let's talk about some statistics now. According to UNESCO report, around 57 million children worldwide remain out of school, while developing nations facing acute teacher shortages and inadequate resources. To bridge this gap, we must prioritize investments in digital infrastructure. Governments should allocate at least 10% of their education budgets to enhance internet broadband and provide essential devices to students and educators from rural and marginalized communities. Additionally, partnerships with tech companies can facilitate low-cost AI solutions tailored for local contexts. For instance, initiatives like Microsoft's AI for Accessibility can support creating localized learning platforms, ensuring content is culturally relevant and accessible in the country's native language. Finally, implementing capacity building programs for teachers is essential. By equipping educators with the skills to utilize AI tools, we can foster an adaptive learning environment that benefits all students. The delegation of Philippines also supports and advocates for the creation of an international fund, which would whose majority of the money would go to developing nations so that they are able to improve their technological advancements and so that there can be more innovation. And thank you. In conclusion, by addressing these financial and infrastructural challenges, we can harness the power of AI to create a more equitable, effective education landscape in developing nations. Thank you.
Noted. Shall we continue with the next one, Delegate of Kenya?
Yes. Delegates, we know that AI is at an onset on education, and we must accept it. Now, what we need to do after accepting it is assuring that everybody has access to it. Everybody needs to have the infrastructure and the financial capability to be able to access it. Obviously, the first component is money. which is why the delegate of Kenya would like to second the point raised by the delegate of Philippines to create an international fund which contributes to AI development in education, specifically in the African, South Asian, and Latin American region. Furthermore, it's not just finances, but infrastructure as well. Infrastructure needs to be better. And the way we do this is by making sure that low power and low cost AI is able to penetrate mobile areas. Mobile penetration is key for areas like rural areas in Africa and Kenya, which means that everybody who is online can have access to such educational tools. Lastly, I would like to mention that education is universal, and penetration in rural areas can sometimes be better than penetration by traditional education because of the simple accessibility and the fact that everybody is online. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Also, sorry, in response to the delegate of Singapore, you can raise POIs. Can we change the system again? Sorry. Raised hands are for POIs, and if you'd like to be in order, please just drop your name in the chat. The delegate name in the chat. We'll order it based on that. Are there any POIs for this one? Canada?
No POIs.
Oh, sorry. Okay. UK?
Sorry, no, that was for the mod. Never mind.
Noted. No worries. Okay. We'll move on to Canada for the next moderator.
Am I audible?
Yep.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the delegate of Canada would like to address the topic of financial concerns regarding AI in education. The delegate of Canada is aware that many countries who suffer with financial issues do not always have the capacities to support or construct infrastructures to create new infrastructures. As Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which can be used to change the world. The delegate of Canada stands firmly by this statement and suggests that developed countries such as Canada, Germany, and France, and other countries aid countries who are unable to afford or implement education. This delegate would like to remind the rest of the committee that education is a basic human right and should not be a privilege. This delegate motions that developed countries should help underdeveloped countries so everyone, regardless of social class, has access to this basic right.
Thank you. Are there any POIs? None. Noted. Just a quick mention, we're halfway through the moderator caucus. The delegate of Chile, would you like to start?
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Chile recognizes that AI has the potential to revolutionize education, but we must confront the financial and infrastructural barriers that hinder its widespread adoption, especially in developing nations. Implementing AI requires substantial investment in digital infrastructure, such as high-speed internet devices and teacher training. For many nations, these costs are prohibitive and they risk a deeper digital divide. Chile's experience shows that partnerships with the private sector and the international organizations can help bridge this gap. Through public and private collaborations and UNESCO support, we have expanded digital access to rural and underserved areas, ensuring that AI-driven tools reach those who need them the most. However, financial aid and capacity building initiatives must be scaled globally. Chile urges the international community to prioritize funding and technical assistance for developing countries, ensuring that AI serves as a tool for educational equity rather than deepening disparities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any POIs? No? Okay. The delegate would you like to go ahead? Delegate of the UK?
Right, sorry, you weren't audible before. Right, I'd like to second the point of the creation of the global fund to helping nations integrate AI into their educational fields, but also more emphasis should be put on understanding of AI language models. Instructors should be trained because there's a lot of resistance in particular in today's times by instructors, not just in developing nations, but developed nations as well, where the resistance stems from a lack of understanding of these language models. What we plan on doing is introducing AI as a helping tool, correct? we are not exactly replacing them. So the awareness creation is actually as important as the funding it is, because if we do, even if we do have the proper infrastructure, the proper bandwidth, for instance, still if people are not willing to use the infrastructure, it will all go to waste. So naturally, with funds, awareness should arise, where instructors and educational institutions should be trained to operate these language models, and also to make them secure with their jobs, in the sense that their jobs are not at risk, in particular for the time being. In this, I use for the time being here because naturally there is advancement in AI every single day, as we see. And but for now, obviously, we are planning on using AI as a helping tool, and that is what is essential as well, apart from the financial challenge.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points of inquiry? No? Okay, the Delegate of Australia, you may proceed. We have a minute and a half left at the moderated caucus. Delegate of Australia. Delegate, you aren't audible if you're speaking. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, today I'm going to present my views on the issue of infrastructure and financial management with a focus on developing countries. So, as my previous delegates told, that setting up an international fund will prove to be a huge benefit to developing countries who are trying to develop their own AI systems to facilitate education. But apart from this, another major issue is the gap between the rich and the poor of a particular country. Whereas while the rich have access to high quality air models, but the poor may not be able to afford them. So, as a way to bridge this gap, more focus and investment be should be put into developing AI models that are cost effective, or we can say low cost. A method to do this is by raising demand, as when the demand increases, the price eventually drops. So, like the previous delegate of United Kingdom mentioned, that there is a resistance in these times when interacting with models, with AI models. So, Australia firmly believes that to remove this resistance, the international body must focus on training instructors as well as students on interacting and teaching with these models. Australia firmly believes that this will help in reducing the overall cost of AI models, thus helping in the overall financial management.
Okay, thank you. Our time for the moderated caucus is up. Would there be any motions to sorry, would there be any propositions of motions?
Yeah, I'd like to raise a motion for a second moderated caucus. Duration would be 10 minutes, and this one would be revolving around the idea of tackling ethical challenges when it comes to implementing AI in the education sector, and ethical challenges mainly.
Thank you. Delegate of the Philippines, would you like to propose another one?
The delegate of Philippines would like to commence an unmoderated caucus for a total time being 20 minutes.
Delegate of Kenya, would you like to propose your motion?
No, I'd like to second UK's motion.
Noted, okay. Delegate of the UK and Philippines, could you just put your motions in the chat once as well? But till then, could we let's wait for that and then vote once. You can just quick thing with the delegates, put the motions in the chat. UK, Philippines, are you guys? Okay, thanks. Yeah. For the time being, let's start with the UK's vote. For those who support the motion to commence a moderated caucus for 10 minutes with the agenda being tackling AI ethical challenges, please raise your hands. Okay. Okay. Those supporting the motion of the Philippines, could you please raise your hands now? That is for an unmoderated caucus of 20 minutes. All right, the motion of the delegate of the United Kingdom wins. We'll commence a moderated caucus with a duration of 10 minutes, with the agenda being tackling ethical challenges pertaining to the implementation of AI in education. You may start. Yeah.
Well,
Delegate, sorry. Again, we'll go with the names in the chat for the order. Hands raised for speaking. I'll start the timer once the first person starts. Yep, Delegate of Kenya, you may start.
Yes, I thank you for the recognition. Ethics. Ethics are topics that are debated quite frequently, and ethics means something very different to different people and different countries. But two aspects of ethics are undeniable: the right to privacy and the right to be creative. Privacy is essential in the digital age, as data is now more valuable than even gold. So, with keeping this in mind, how do we ensure that companies, private companies, or even government don't use data of citizens to monitor them, patrol them, or advertise to them unfairly? For this, two technologies are important. Number one is private cloud compute, a form of servers where individual experts can monitor their functionality to ensure that no data is being harvested and they have a software enclave on them which secures them so that no outside entity can read what is on those servers, as well as on-device processing, which can be done in more developed countries. The second technology is blockchain, something Web3 popularized, and cryptocurrency ruined its reputation. However, the core technology is decentralizing information, and that is essential for privacy. To make sure students aren't dependent on AI, they need to be creative. And this is the second aspect of ethics, that students don't depend on it, rely on it completely, but merely use it to supplement their understanding. As a result, LLMs should be avoided. However, AI in general should be encouraged. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone like to raise a PY? No? Okay. Oh, sorry, I've deleted it.
Hello. Would you accept my POI?
Yep.
Sorry. So you've mentioned the right to privacy and implementing private clouds, but wouldn't implementing those private clouds make our data like more prone to cyber attacks?
No. So servers, yes. Traditional servers, yes. But private cloud compute is a separate technology which has most recently been adopted by Apple. And that is one of the companies in the US which is at the forefront of artificial intelligence as well. And it's a specific type of server which uses a variety of chips, including secure enclave, which helps you keep the data secure, and it's inspectable by any individual entity to ensure that the security is in place. Obviously, the data isn't available to any third-party entity. However, the security processes can be checked and updated by experts which are not part of the same organization that hosts the servers.
Thank you. Could we please move on to the next delegate, the delegate of the Philippines?
Yes, thank you so much for the recognition, Chair. Distinguished delegates. AI has the potential to revolutionize learning experiences by personalizing education and providing access to resources that can bridge gaps in knowledge and skills. However, we must approach its integration with caution and ethical responsibility. First, we must consider the issue of data privacy, as the delegate of Kenya also mentioned. Students' information is valuable, but its misuse can lead to exploitation. We must ensure that data collection is transparent and that robust safeguards are in place to protect the privacy of our young learners. Second, we must address algorithmic bias. AI systems are only as unbiased as the data they are trained on. If we neglect to include diverse perspectives, we risk perpetuating stereotypes and widening existing inequalities. It is imperative that we engage educators, parents, and students in the development of AI systems to ensure they are fair and inclusive. Lastly, we must advocate for digital literacy. As we introduce AI into classrooms, we must equip students with the skills to critically engage with tech. Teaching them to discern between reliable and unreliable information is essential for fostering responsible digital citizens. In conclusion, while AI does hold great promise for transforming education, we must tackle these ethical challenges head on. Together, we all strive for an education system that prioritizes privacy, fairness, and empowerment, ensuring that all students benefit from the advancements of AI in an ethical and
Thank you. Delegate Australia, would you like to raise a POI?
Yes, I would like to receive you as the delegate of.
Yes,
Delegate
yes.
of Philippines. Perfect. Okay.
Yes, so you mentioned that AI models must be used to bridge the gap between different diverse groups. Now, Philippines is home to various groups and cultures. So, have you taken any steps to bridge this gap or plan to do so in the future? And if yes, so how?
Okay, so yes, Philippines does hold a diverse range of citizens who have different cultures. Philippines is advocating for making websites, making AI tailored. Like we're all advocating for platforms which use AI to make tailored content for students. Now, what Philippines here is proposing is that the governments start making AI in their starts the government start making AI tailored content in native languages. For example, in Philippines, they use Filipino. So, yes, Philippines does have a small web people. They have awareness campaigns, and we acknowledge that. But what we are advocating for is more AI content should be present in native languages. So more, there is a diverse range of citizens, so everybody is able to access it, and there is an equitable access, equitable in.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That answers the question.
Perfect. Delegate of Canada, would you like to raise a POI?
Yes. Does the delegate of Philippines accept?
Yes.
So the delegate of the Philippines mentioned several times the government implementing X topic as well as privacy. But the government in the Philippines is very corrupt. So how can this delegate ensure that these fundings, these necessities are going to the right places?
Okay. First of all, thank you for your question, Canada. You mentioned that the government of Philippines is corrupt. There is no evident proof that is present online. Yes, of course, it is said by a lot of nations that the delegation or that the country Philippines is corrupt. But the thing is, we cannot. There are elections and people choose there is democracy in Philippines. People choose their representatives, and we cannot say that the government of Philippines is corrupt. That is you're face on face telling Philippines that your government is corrupt and you should not be included in international communities such as UNESCO. And I think that is a very how do I frame it? It's a very long claim. So that is why I believe the government is elected by the people, and the people know what is right and what is wrong. And yes, Philippines has previously also advocated for the proposal of an international body to set standardized laws such that all nations are monitored and no funding goes to waste. If you think of Philippines to
Noted. Thank you. Could we move on with the next speaker from the UK?
Right. So I completely agree that ethics is something that's very subjective, but I think we can all agree on some basic moral ideas that we need to operate on. For example, data should be private. In fact, transparency and accountability are things I've talked about previously as well. The the main thing that we need right now is a regulatory body for the implementation of AI internationally and all of it, and in national levels as well. Now, if I talk about internationally, the European Union has established a risk-based system to regulate AI. So there is some aspects of AI that are some fields that have been taken as high risk, where the stakes are high. For example, conducting national level exams like the JEE in India, or competitive exams that decide one's career. Such exams should be taken care of by human checkers rather than using AI. In these particular high risk areas, it has been established that AI guidelines will be very strict and stringent. Every single aspect of these would be checked by the government. And for this, we also need cooperation of private entities that create these language models. So tech giants like OpenAI, Microsoft, cooperation would be required. And the basic, I'd say, you know, in with these tech giants should be the task of the UNESCO or any other international body that you establish for this particular task. As for national level, if we talk about the framework that was mentioned, for example, the private cloud concept mentioned by Kenya, and the GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Rights. So basically, all of these should be implemented at an international level. On the basis of these particular guidelines, each country can then customize their own set of rules and regulations for AI. Like the European Union has done the tier-based list. Naturally, every single country would have their own sets of challenges, and thus, to cater to all of these, countries should be given the autonomy to decide for themselves, so to say. Yeah.
Just to cut in, the 10-minute moderated caucus is up. Would the delegates like to extend, or we can push out the draft resolution due to about 1:40, 1:45 if needed. We can give you guys the slot for another moderated or non-moderated caucus as per need.
So
Would there
should
be
we vote on
motions?
this
Yes, please. Would there be any motions for
motions for extension of the mod caucus?
By the time, like, what timing do you want to extend
Yeah,
it by?
could we have the time slot?
Or we could go into just draft resolution making right now.
Either works. Just so we have those two options, moderated caucus or draft resolution. Would there be any other motions? Delegate of Thailand, do you have a motion or no? Okay. Delegate of Israel.
So I would like to, the delegate of Israel would like to raise a motion to extend the existing mod caucus by time of 5 minutes with each the same as before.
Okay. Delegate of Kenya, could you give me the formal motion?
I'm sorry?
Could you give me the formal motion for you had mentioned draft resolution. Do you have a formal motion or?
I would like to raise a formal motion to suspend this moderated caucus and enter an unmoderated caucus for the next 15 minutes to draft resolution.
Okay. And Delegate of Singapore.
I second the delegate of Kenya's motion.
Delegate of Canada.
I would like to extend the motion of Kenya to 20 minutes.
Okay, noted. Could we first have votes on the delegates? Are there any other motions? Right. Could we have votes to extend the moderated caucus by 5 minutes as suggested by Israel? Noted. Okay. Could we have votes to suspend the mod caucus and enter unmod for 15 minutes? Was that 5? Okay. And to suspend the mod caucus and enter unmod for 20 minutes? That's it. Okay. Perfect. Okay. We will enter Actually, I'm so sorry. We only have until like 40:45, so could we stick with 15 minutes if that works? We need draft resolutions to start by then, so the award ceremony goes on at time. Um, I think if possible, we can stick with a 15-minute unmonitored caucus then. You may begin.
Everybody in the Kenya, Philippines, and UK block, would you come on WhatsApp, please?
Could you add me to like the WhatsApp?
Sorry.
Could you
I don't have it right now.
All right. Hello, delegates. The unmoderated caucus has ended. Please present your respective DRs now. Is there a block that would like to go first?
Is it possible to get 5 minutes extra to just finalize the DRs and give them?
I can give you till 1:55, so about 3 minutes, if that's all right. We still have to stay on track with the other stuff.
Okay.
Good, and please do send it to the emails I asked.
Where are those emails?
We've added
In
the
the
emails. We've added
yeah.
the emails. We've updated our document to date.
All right, delegates, your time is up. Could we have? I've only received one DR till now. So could the other block please send theirs in? And for the time being, we'll start with the one on, yeah, sorry, the one sponsored by the Republic of Kenya, Republic of Philippines, and Canada. You guys please go ahead. Please only present the essential narrative parts. Good luck.
Would you like us to screen share?
That's up to you. Go ahead.
I think I'd like to screen share, if that's okay.
Go ahead. Do you have permission? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I have permission. Everyone can see my screen, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. So as part of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizational Committee on AI in Education, this is the draft resolution. Sponsors being the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Philippines, and Canada, while the signatories being the Commonwealth of Australia, Republic of Singapore, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Italian Republic, and the Republic of Chile. The topic for the agenda for today was implementation of AI in education. Our preambulatory clauses start with recognizing the pervasive impact of AI in education, which affects marginalized communities, particularly minority groups, leading to inadequate access to education. Affirming the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by UNESCO, Article 26, that states everyone has the right to education as a vital framework for providing AI in education as well as infrastructures. Emphasizing the need of modernizing outdated infrastructure and calling upon the following actions to implement AI in education. Firstly, encourages providing a tight framework that governments and private companies can follow for high-risk aspects of AI in education, including data privacy. Secondly, advocates the creation of an international AI equity fund to ensure equitable access to artificial intelligence technologies, which shall be concentrated to African, South Asian, and Latin American regions. Urges adoption of existing technology like private cloud compute and blockchain to decentralize data and support user privacy. Calls for education of educators through multimedia trainings to ensure optimum use of artificial intelligence as a supplement, not a replacement. Stresses the need to create an international body to govern the use of artificial intelligence in education and set standards that transcend boundaries, which may be called the Global AI Ethics Committee. Suggests member states to develop, with the help of artificial intelligence, tailored and personalized content for students in native and official languages to make education more inclusive. And lastly, requests involvement and innovation from private companies in all countries to contribute to standard innovation and support low cost, low power mobile penetration. This would
Thank
be
you, Delegate. Is that it?
Yes.
Yes.
Noted. Thank you so much. Would anyone else from the block like to speak, or shall we stop it there? Okay. Could you please proceed with the next one presented by the delegate of Israel and his delegate of Australia.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so I would just like to add that while creating the draft resolution, we have tried to focus on the minute issues that
Can't hear you. Your voice is too low.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Yes, so I was trying to add that while creating the DR, we have tried to focus on the minute issues that might occur, especially in developing nations, like educating the educators, since it helps in removing the resistance between humans and technology. Yeah, that is all.
Noted. Thank you. Could the delegate of Israel proceed with the paper with the resolution he authored along with the signatories?
Okay. Am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes, sure.
Okay, sure. Is this visible?
Yes.
Actually, this was the change I wanted to make. Is this fine?
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. So, this is the draft resolution on the topic AI in education. Should I start away with the preambulatory clauses?
Yes. Again, to remember to only focus on the key points, but go ahead with as much as you see fit.
Okay. So, emphasizing the significance of 35th and 36th sessions of the HLCP, addressing the need for significant investment in capacity building in order to harness AI in a manner that benefits those at the risk of being left behind, especially in developing countries. Referring to the work done by the Interagency Working Group on Artificial Language created by the HLCP and in cooperation with UNESCO, have adopted Article Resolution 78 and 49, which aims at seizing the opportunities of safe, secure, and trustworthy artificial intelligence systems for sustainable development, recognizing the significant potential of artificial intelligence to enhance teaching and learning experiences, personalize education, and improve education access for diverse populations. Then the solutions are encourages creation of an international trust to be funded by developed countries to aid developing countries' AI development, recommends confirming the validity of the sources of data or information for the AI models to ensure no bias, calls upon assembled nations to ensure students use the AI models, not LLM, to learn, but heavily moderated its use during exams and assessments, similar to how textbooks are used. Emphasizes the need to have AI teaching modules verified and approved by teachers, professors, educators, etc. Calls for the promotion of digital literacy for both students and educators, expresses its support for demonstrating how AI can facilitate interactive and engaging learning experiences such as adaptive learning platforms that respond to individual student needs and learning styles. Further recommends personalized learning pathways to enable personalized learning by adapting to individual students' needs, strengths, and weaknesses. Emphasizes the need to ensure privacy and security and address some concerns about learner privacy and data security by implementing robust privacy policies and security measures, communicate these measures to stakeholders to build trust. Is this fine?
Yes, noted. In response to the delegate of Kenya, you were allowed to receive POIs. I just nobody raised their hands. So, are there
So,
POIs on either point? We can circle back to the delegate of Kenya if
should I
there are
stop
POIs for that.
sharing my screen? Or
Yes, go ahead. If there are POIs for this one, you may go ahead. We can circle back to the one of Kenya later. I just assumed there weren't any. My bad. Yeah, delegate of Canada.
uh, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. So, right now the delegates will be asking me POIs.
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah, could we start with the delegate candidate?
No.
Oh, no, no worries. Okay. Delegate of Australia.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. In the POI, the delegates mentioned that the creation of an international fund must be encouraged. So, do you have any set plans to go about it or anything else?
So no, see, Israel as well as all the other signatories of this DR encourage that an international trust should be created, so that basically all the countries, like all the countries in this particular committee, can they can support it by providing monetary funding, basically so that fund the AI development programs in developing countries like Latin American countries and all. So a plan can be plan is not plan is not necessary right now. First, it is to so that all the countries agree to provide the funding, and then we start to build upon the planning in agreement with how all the other countries accept it.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate of Philippines has the POI. Delegate of Australia, would you like to accept?
Yes, I accept.
Go ahead.
Okay, so clause 3, you have stated the use of AI models and not LLMs. Now, the directive to use AI models instead of large language models, which are LLMs, have particularly raised questions by the delegation of Philippines. What specific AI models do you and your bloc recommend, and how will these models be chosen, and what criteria will determine their effectiveness for educational purposes?
See, basically, for first of all, we like the AI models that we would like to use are not right now, like we have not specified, we have not exactly thought about exactly which AI models which we are going to use, but we have narrowed it down by saying that they are not going to be large language modules and models, sorry. And second of all, the criteria will be decided by the countries after they the criteria will be decided by the countries in accordance with how the developing countries want to receive the benefits of this.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
Before we,
can I ask a
sorry,
follow-up question?
Delegate Mr. Do you accept?
No.
Noted. Before we allow the Kenya to ask the POI, we just limit it to three POIs per DR. So, Delegate of Kenya, would you like to ask the POI?
In clause number 2, you mentioned confirming
Sorry, if would the delegate accept? Just to
Yes,
confirm.
yes.
Yes, so in clause number 2, confirming the validity of sources of data or information that you mentioned, that is to ensure no bias. However, valid, even very valid, very actual data can cause bias if it's not diverse enough or if it's not large enough. So I'm not sure if validity is really the problem you're looking at, but a diverse data set which includes everybody is what you're looking at. So how does even if you fix validity, does that really solve bias?
You're right that bias can be caused by even like like very valid data sources that are not very diverse. But right now, validity is something that is important. Um, there's all sorts of things that could be like hacking, ethical concerns, corruption. So these are some problems that come into play. So that is why validity of the sources should be first confirmed, and then the diversity of the data can be decided, and then that can help to ensure no bias. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Perfect. Sorry to get of the United Kingdom. We're only limiting it to three POIs due to time constraints.
All right.
Are there, sorry, just following back up, were there any POIs for the delegate of Kenya and that block? I'm pretty sorry, I just assumed there weren't earlier. If there are any right now, to let me know, we can continue with that. Otherwise, we can start with voting. Perfect. All right. Let's begin with voting. Those who support the motion that the delegate of Kenya presented, please raise their hand. This is the delegates of Kenya, the Republic of Philippines, Canada, and signed by Australia, Singapore, the UK, Italy, Chile, and Jamaica. Okay. We are at 9 votes. Could I please confirm? Does anyone want to change their vote? We'll lock it at this. Oh, there's 8. Okay. 9. All right. We will lock it at 9 votes there. And going back to the Delegate of Israel's committee, could we please have a show of hands for those who support that? Okay. There are four, oh, sorry, someone just changed their vote. Are there 4-3 votes? Could we please lock this for?
All right,
All right.
so we're talking this DR at 4 delegates. By I think pretty obvious majority, the DR proposed by the delegate of Kenya passes because that had 9 and this has 4. So that's your DR for this committee.
Congrats to all the people. We will move back to the main breakout room now for the award ceremony. I believe we'll start with that of the health committee, and I'll just update the education committee's awards till then. Thank you so much, guys. Congrats.
Thank you.
What room are we supposed to join?
Okay, but I'm unable to follow the link actually. So sorry. Okay, automatically be there. Okay, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Okay, delegates, we're still just waiting on a couple of small changes. Just leave this up for now. Delegates, while we wait, we have Kunal from Athena. Could he has a presentation to prepare. Could he present? Sorry, could you please go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Rohan. I'll just keep it short and crisp. So you guys have been here for a while. Hi, everyone. I'm Kunal this side, and I'm at Athena Education over here. I'll just give a brief about what we do. I don't know how many of you are thinking of going abroad for your undergrad, for college and all. So I'll just talk about what these top colleges kind of look for and how we come into the picture. So if you're talking about the top schools, these guys require two things. They want good grades, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And then these guys want to see what can you bring to the table that no other Indian bacha can bring. You might have heard of admission officers talking about as they want well-rounded students or something. That's not entirely true. These guys want you to demonstrate excellence in one field. So what to make sure is, after you've been through with our journey, we want you to talk about one particular topic, one niche, in a way that no other Indian can talk about. That is something that will put you on the map, right? So whether it's through projects, research papers, whatever it is, help you out with in building a profile, help you with all that. So basically, every top school will get about 80, 90,000 applications for a few thousand seats. How do you differentiate yourself from the rest of the herd? That's the entire ballgame. If you're doing the same things, MUN debates, volunteer work, or playing piano Trinity 5 or whatever, that alone will not make the cut. So do something hatke. Do something that's going to catch an eye. Do something that's impactful. That's what these colleges also want to see. To make it simple for you, I'm sure everyone over here has heard of Greta Thunberg, right? If I just mentioned her name, the first thing that pops into your mind is climate change activist. Similarly, if I show your profile to an admissions officer, it should shout out one clear theme. That's what we would help you out with. What you're good at, what do you want to pursue, how can we scale it to a high level, linking everything together. That's our job. That's what we do, reducing your stress and anxiety in that area. So it's a bit simple. We aim for the top 20-25 schools around the world, whether it's the top 20 in the US, top 5-8 in the UK. We kind of help you differentiate from the rest of the herd, create a stellar profile, craft essays which are eye-catching, and just improve your chances of landing these schools. So if you're interested in speaking to us after this, feel free to hop on our website and we can schedule a call accordingly from there. I know you guys have been here for a while, so I'll keep this short. Thank you so much. Take care.
Okay, perfect. Could we get an update from the office if the PPT is ready? All right, perfect. We will go ahead with the award ceremony.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We have finally arrived to the final segment of this event, which is, of course, the award ceremony. Now, as we are compiling the final scores and we'll reveal the much anticipated results, we would like to invite our esteemed judges to share their thoughts on today's event and the students' presentations. Before that, if anyone has any questions or would like to share a comment about this event, presentations, thoughts, or anything in general, please feel free to do so. You can raise your hand and start speaking. Anyone? Okay, I don't see any hands. So with that, we'll move ahead.
Sorry, the delegate of Australia, Could you like
My
to
bad,
go
I
ahead?
didn't see that. Australia?
Yes, I would just like to say that overall the event was a wonderful experience, especially collaborating with the other delegates in block. It was absolutely wonderful, and I really personally enjoyed the event.
Thank you so much. I mean, I'm glad to hear that. Anyone else?
Good.
No? Okay, with that, we move ahead and now we hand the stage over to the judges. Judges, please share your insights on today's event and your thoughts, your experience, and even the overarching theme of internet governance. Ishad sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you so much. Um, uh, Wait a second. Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I must extend my regards to Athena Group for giving this opportunity, which was really unique in terms of having very fruitful discussions from different themes related to artificial intelligence. Though I was part of the AI in Education Committee, but still we have had deliberations about so many other issues as well, ranging from socio-political, economic, and other ethical prospects as well. So I really thank the Athena Group and particularly Mrityunjay, Tanyaji, I've been in touch with. So I'm really thankful to the entire team which is working behind this important event. So coming back to the theme itself, the AI in education, since artificial intelligence is, at least for now, is not a new entity. It has been here and now it has become an integral part of the education system. Particularly if we'll see in Indian context, there is a lot of lack of infrastructure, especially we lack the teachers who are not digitally literate in terms of using the artificial intelligence to an extent wherein it can be utilized to enable the people. So somewhere we are lacking, of course. So the kind of argument, at least in my committee, were presented, I would say these arguments to carry the already existing debate regarding the artificial intelligence in education. However, other points could also be taken up. But at this age, students coming from the schools and they are deliberating about the governance policy and bringing in the legislation in different countries. That is something which is really commendable because once you have this mental framework to understand a theme which might impact the future in a completely overall sense, which can radically transform the humanity, and it has the essential, capacity, the artificial intelligence, which is going to transform the society, individual, our ecosystem, everything at large. So there is no question about it. So for the young minds, starting from the school, and if they are able to anticipate about these issues, which is something which is really commendable. And I congratulate all the participants for it, for bringing in the unique insights into the discourse. And these insights will definitely contribute in the better legislation, better decisions by different countries, and they will certainly make the good artificial intelligence legislation in terms of having the ethics at the core of them. Because in the second session, they had discussed about and they moved this motion. There were two questions mainly when we draft the legislation or when we have the resolution about artificial intelligence. So the first one was regarding the economic constraints or the economic questions. The second one was related to the ethical concerns. So at this stage, thinking of these issues which are being discussed by the bureaucrats mainly, politicians and policymakers, after a lot of study, a lot of material data sets that you have, so this takes a lot of time, years in colleges, and you other than this, also you can get affiliated yourself with the various policy think tanks. But doing it at this level is something that is the biggest learning even for me, because to become a curious mind is a different thing, but to acquire a skill to draft something and seeing the future is very unique, and this will make all of you very special kind of policymakers in whichever field you will go to. So the resolution which was presented by the students, they actually covered all the points specifically. They had anticipated about the economic questions, just like I have seen in couple of policy think tanks in Delhi, especially whenever I have attended the meetings, even couple of points are not being taken up by them at this extent, the way they could actually been discussed in this conference. So that's the best insight and the, that's the biggest learning for, other institutions as well, that we can possibly tell them that this, the kind of deliberations that you are having, even there is a lack that possibly you are not as connected as the new generation or the new people could be. And they are being left out just because they are not part of a system. So on that note, I believe the resolution which is being presented is something which will bring the positive changes. And these positive changes are not just confined to the one territory. These positive changes consider the artificial intelligence as a universal entity, but without suspending the concerns of different cultures, different nations, different regions. This resolution actually takes into account the cross-cultural interpretation of artificial intelligence and their concerns, ranging from economics to culture, society, values, truth, reality, and morality. So basically, all the fundamental points which were positively in detail were being discussed by the student, and they were being put in. And I can understand definitely, since there was this limitation of time, so Had it been the case, they would have been given more time. They could have taken this draft to a more, better level. They could have drafted it. They could have defined in a more subtlety the basic concepts, which perhaps requires little bit of more explanation or clarity to put in a better structure, to convert it into official documents, or to develop it into a policy, completely, which can be implemented or taken up by the country. So on that note, I really congratulate once again to all the participants and students for contributing uh, in all the respects, because some may have the ability to communicate it better, because some were able to provide the arguments in a more better way, possibly, though these arguments were just limited, not just speaking for a long time, though there was some passive participants as well. They were speaking less. That's absolutely fine. That works out. But the first victory that you guys have achieved, that at this stage, participating in a very serious workshop, which is happening through the Athena Group, which is one of the most prestigious educational group in India, and organizing very substantial workshops, programs, or advising people on different ends of issues so that they can get settled in good universities. So coming to these substantial topics and choosing this one and giving the time, since morning it's been around 2:30 and this is sitting for this hour. I mean, these 4 straight hours is a huge task. This requires a lot of dedication. So I appreciate you for that. And then just listening to different participants without any hindrance. And the third point, that you were able to understand the rules and regulations which were being provided by the organizing team, to that well that not even a single nuance has been created. That's another that shows that how dedicated and how learned and how, disciplined you are when it comes to the seriousness. So the young crowd of the 21st century can actually be the real, driver of the change, and that you have displayed through it, that I could at least observe it. So the both ways the credit goes to the group. That means the Athena Education Group, and to you people, that you were able to coordinate with each other so well that not even that once has been created, which could have been the obstacle for the legislation or the resolution drafting. The fourth point, that that's on the suggestion note, that some of the points, your limitations, I can absolutely understand, because at this stage, thinking and taking the material, on such short notice is something that is little challenging, because there are certain articles in general, when you will go to the research, then you will realize that it's tough and you can't procure the articles which are being provided by the university, because you are at the school level now. So had it been the case, I think the more better data could have been produced, right? Better new updated research, which could have contributed in the more rational, in a more structured, better argument. And I think that could be most sustained, holistic argument. So that bit of research possibly, if you will think on that note, as a suggestion, if you could pick up or think on that line, that you need a bit of, updated or current research related to the data which are, or the legislation which are usually are being developed by the different scholars working in collaboration with the government. So I think that can be a little more advancing for you in terms of having a better formed uh, opinion, and that will contribute into a better knowledge in terms of the AI in education, to have a better, just viable, sustainable future for the humanity. So with this, I'm happy with all of you for your suggestions, and it was a learning experience for me. And I once again congratulate you all, and I express my deepest regard to the group. for having invited me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
sir,
Ishar.
for sorry, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ishar, sir, for your valuable remarks and your appreciation for students' enthusiastic participation. I'm glad you found this event to be meaningful. It has truly, it has like truly been a fantastic day filled with, the most impressive of presentations. And I was really happy to see everyone's creativity, their expression, their speaking skills, and everything. And we hope that you enjoyed presenting your work as much as we enjoyed looking at them. Um, as we approach the results announcement, please know that it was genuinely a tough call. We saw the scores, and the difference was barely a few points. Um, each one of you did an outstanding job in identifying the knowledge gaps and growing through the entire research process, and that is truly commendable. Honestly, let's have a round of applause for all of you. They did it. And before I say the awards, I request each and every one of you to turn on your cameras, please. Adio. Okay, and now for the moment that you all have been waiting for, we will start with the best delegate for UNESCO CAIE, and that goes to Kabir Chibber, the delegate of Kenya. Great job. We move to the high commendations. We have two. The first high commendation award goes to Shalya Maheshwari, the delegate of Philippines. And the second high commendation award goes to Ahana Arora, the delegate of the United Kingdom. Along with that, we also have two special mentions for this committee. The first one goes to Isabel Brismure. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. The delegate of Canada. Congratulations. The second one goes to Nir Dubey, the delegate of Israel.
Thank you, sir.
We also have verbal mentions because honestly, this committee did a great job with the entire research, their expression, their speaking, and we thought that two more students do deserve a verbal mention. The first one goes to Devika Moikra Chakravarti, the delegate of Chile. And the second one goes to Palak Garg, the delegate of Australia.
Thank you, sir.
As for the second committee, AI in Healthcare, the Global Healthcare AIEC committee, the best delegate award goes to Shambhavi Garg, the delegate of India. The high commendation goes to Tia Kaul, the delegate of Vietnam. And third, the special mention goes to Rihani Gambhir, the delegate of Germany. Congratulations to everyone. You all have done a splendid job, and rest assured, we will be emailing you the certificates very soon. Finally, we would like to thank our keynote speakers, Dr. Suryesh Namdeo, Deepanshu Gupta, and Mokshit Jain, as well as our judges, Dr. Rishad, Dr. Pallavi Kamrakar, Mr. Saurabh Kumar, and Mr. Anand Zurchi for taking time from their busy schedules and participating in this conference. We would also again like to thank the participants for their enthusiastic participation and the entire SIGF committee as well as the mentors for their support, consistent guidance, and hard work. A huge thank you to the team of Athena for supporting all our endeavors and having our back every second. With these remarks, we come to the end of this event. We will return soon with the third event of SIGF later in the year, and we hope to see you all again in that event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.